already endorsed at the council level. It only needs final approval at the executive committee level of the DOST. And you will see here that the research areas are not necessarily very broad, okay? Because we think that our regional institutions like our universities, whether private or public, can focus on certain strengths, okay? And this can be a particular commodity or a particular sector, but we remind them that while they are a regional center or a center in the regions, the coverage, okay, of their
We remind them that
R&D
while they are a
applications is
regional
nationwide. Okay,
center or a
like
center in the regions,
take a look very
the
quickly at
the
the
coverage, okay,
Mariano
of their
Marcos State University in
we
Region One,
remind them
who
that
are
while
now
they are a
who are
regional
operating in
nationwide.
garlic and other agri-food condiment center. In Region 2, in Isabela State University, you have the Freshwater Fisheries Center, focusing on freshwater eel and the fish called ludong. In Region 2 also, at Nueva Vizcaya State University, the Citrus R&D Center. In Region 5 in Bicol, you have the Queen Pineapple R&D Center. In Metro Manila, you have the Center for Astronomy at Rizal Technological University. Another one from Bicol, the Pili R&D Center. For Region 8, you have the Samar State University, where you have the Crustacean Center. For Cebu, Region 7, we have actually two, the Environmental Informatics Center, which is in the University of the Philippines, Cebu, and they also have a Center for Biodiversity at the Cebu Technological University. In Region 13, here we have the Caragay State University's Industrial Tree Plantation Species Center.
Region
For Region 10, you have the Sikop River
13,
Center of
here we have the
MSU
Caragay
Naawan.
State University's
For Region
Industrial Tree
11, you have the
Plantation.
Renewable Energy Center in Ateneo de Davao. Region 12, the Halal Goat Center, Goat R&D Center at Sultan Kudarat State University. In MSU Tawi-Tawi, which is already barn, you have the MSU Tawi-Tawi Seaweed Center. And then I already mentioned the Biodiversity Center in Cebu, the Molus Center in Region 6 at UP Visayas, the Native Pig Center in Marinduque, that's Region Mimaropa. In Manila, still we have the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Health Center, and newly approved is the Advanced Materials for Energy of the University of Santo Tomas. And then we have operational already for more than a year, the Tamarind Center in Pampanga, the Sweet Potato Center in Tarlac, the Potato R&D Center in Benguet, and the Mountain Engineering R&D Center at the University of the Cordilleras. So you can see here that we have really been encouraging and supporting both in terms of research grant and in terms of facilities improvement and manpower development, these nicer centers in the regions. Next slide, please. I will not dwell too much on this slide. Suffice it to say that for the nicer centers, we have almost 1 billion in investment. And you can see that the distribution is already in favor of the regions. Okay, NCR has only 19.6%. In this particular case, Region 3 has 6, Region 4A has 4, and the rest of the regions have 70%. Next slide, please. We have, in support of this program also of developing R&D centers in the regions, we have the RD Lead program or the Research and Development Leadership Program, wherein we are engaging R&D experts to lead in strengthening the research capabilities of the higher educational institutions and the research and development institutions in the regions. They need not come from that institution. They can come from Manila. They can come from anywhere in the Philippines or even Balik scientists. We field them to the universities or research institutions who we feel has a need for some leadership that can strengthen them or can initiate their initiatives for R&D. So as of July, and this has already increased, we had 32 R&D leaders fielded in 14 regions of the country, involving 30 host institutions, because one RD leader can be assigned in more than one institution. And in here, by the way, we are also taking advantage of retired scientists who are really experts in their fields and who want to continue working in this field or area. Next slide, please.
That could not be simply addressed by revising policies and guidelines.
Sorry.
The main challenge for the Commission now is how to help high.
Okay. So let me continue. There was a disturbance. This is the Cradle project where we try to match industry and university or R&D institution for the research projects. And here we have already done 44 projects, including the 90 new projects for 2020. In here, we gave some kind of contribution, actually a funding contribution to the research of the two partners. Okay, so we have a maximum of 5 million support for each project. Next slide, please. Well, this is the program wherein we try to encourage our enterprises, those particularly who have benefited from our technology upgrading program, if they wish to continue or to advance by having their own R&D facilities and strengths, then we enable them to this particular program. Well, this is not a grant. This is something that they have to repay as soon as within a period of 3 years. Next slide, please. We are moving towards the end of my presentation, and I would like to mention that our guide in all of this is the so-called whole of government approach, and I think this is exemplified by this inclusive innovation roadmap that wherein departments have partnered together, and in particular, I would like to mention the strong partnership of DTI and DOST. What we started at DOST as the Philippine Innovation Program in 2007. This was handed over to DTI in 2017, and we are working very closely, and I think this is a very good formula to achieve our goals. So the whole of government approach is very important. The last is a few last slides are actually the targets that we are having. Next slide, please. Okay, so next slide. These are our targets. So in the Global Innovation Index, we were number 100 in 2014. We gradually went up to number 50 out of 131 economies in 2020, and we target to be at the top one-third, or about rank number 4. I think that would be around rank number 42 by 2022. We also show here the kind of rankings that we have in other groupings. For example, in the category of lower middle income group economies, we were number 4 in the GII ranking out of 29. But in the case of Southeast Asia, we are still number 11 out of 17. Next slide, please. These are very concrete targets for the Philippines to be in the upper one-third of the Global Innovation Index by 2022. Of course, we have to support our MSMEs to adopt Industry 4.0 technologies. We aim to establish a total of 50 niche research centers in the regions by end of 2022. And of course, we are hoping that we can institutionalize our Science for Change program through legislation. Next slide, please. Based on the actual budgets that we are getting, we would like to, at DOST, to graduate some 500 startups from DOST supported business incubators from our iForward program. These are the OFW investors or startups. We have the virtual incubators like the ones which we support in the Kubo, and we have, of course, community startups coming from our community empowerment through science and technology projects. We have graduate scholars of DOST. Some of them are going into entrepreneurship, and some of our setup or enterprise beneficiaries are also going to their diversification, setting up new startups, including also our supported startups in our technology innovation for commercialization, and our assisted inventors at the Technology Application and Promotion Institute. It says here the mainstream grassroots innovation in the National Innovation System, that is more of the community startups, is 100 applying for patents by 2022. So I think that is all, and we can move to the last slide, which is actually the last slide that I will show, which is simply a repetition of the first slide, which I call promoting brain gain, enhancing human capital and research capabilities. So thank you very much for listening. Wala naman ako. Wala namang Q&A yan.
Thank you very much, Secretary De La Peña. It was very interesting to hear DOST programs that covers all sectors of the society, which truly embodies why we are all tuned in right now for inclusive innovation, science, and technology. Thank you, sir. We will now proceed to our first session for Day 2, Enhancing Human Capital and Research Capabilities. This session will feature representatives from government, industry, and the academe and discuss how to invest better in our people so that we can prepare our researchers and workers for the demands of the future economy. Without further ado, may I introduce our main session speaker who is experienced in leading research, capacity building, and advisory services on evidence-based policymaking, active labor market policies, as well as partnerships for youth employment. An employment specialist at the Internal Labor Organization of the United Nations in Bangkok, Mr. Felix Weidenkopf.
Thanks a lot for the introduction, and to the Department of Trade and Industry for inviting the International Labour Organization to contribute to the 2020 Inclusive Innovation Conference on this important topic. Enhancing skills development and research is key to strengthen innovation, employment, and ultimately shape a better future of work in the recovery from COVID-19. And I'm grateful for the research insights Secretary De La Peña just provided in his keynote address. Next slide, please. Over the past month, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a massive disruption to the economy and to the world of work, as we know, with severe impacts on enterprises, workers, and sectors. And there's a high degree of uncertainty over the recovery at the moment. It is therefore important to consider what role innovation can play for a more inclusive recovery from the COVID-19 crisis to strengthen skills development and productive employment. So let me start with a brief recap. The recent ILO assessment on the COVID-19 labor market impact in the Philippines estimates that 25% of total employment in the Philippines is likely to be disrupted by the impact of COVID-19. That is either through decreased earnings and working hours or complete job loss. So this amounts to about 10.9 million workers. Workers who are especially vulnerable to COVID-19 job disruption include workers in at-risk sectors, as well as informal workers, youth, overseas Filipino workers, and women. Of particular importance, we believe, for skills development is that young people are facing multiple impacts from the COVID-19 crisis at the moment. First, 1.7 million young workers in the Philippines are at risk of job disruption. Secondly, youth also face disruptions in education and training, so from work-based learning to TVET programs. And third, they now have difficulties in transitioning from school to work and moving between jobs and a recession. In addition, with businesses now adapting to the new normal and in the context also of increasing calls for digitalization, the ILO analysis also shows that more than 7.2 million workers in the Philippines are engaged in occupations that are exposed to a double-tiered risk of job disruption. That is due to
ILO
COVID-19
analysis also shows
and
that
the
more than
disruptive effect of
7.2 million
digitalization.
workers in the Philippines are
Next slide,
engaged in
please.
occupations that
In
are
response
exposed to a
this
double-tiered
crisis,
risk
many
of
countries
job
have embraced
disruption.
unprecedented
ILO
policy
analysis
measures,
also
many of them
shows that
relevant
more
to
than
enhancing human
7.2 million
capital,
workers in the
which
Philippines
the ILO
are engaged in
categorizes under 4
occupations
pillars
that
based on
are
international
exposed to
labor
a double-tiered
standards. So
risk.
from
Many
measures
countries
to
have embraced
stimulate the
unprecedented
economy
ILO
despite
analysis also
many of them
shows that more
supporting
than
enterprises,
7.2
jobs,
million
incomes,
workers in the
for example,
Philippines
through employment
are engaged in
schemes under
occupations
4 pillars
that
based on
are
protecting
exposed
work
to a
labor standards,
double-tiered
for
risk.
example,
Many
measures
countries have
to
embraced
teleworking
unprecedented
arrangements,
ILO analysis also
many
shows
rely
that
on
more
also
than
different kinds of
7.2
jobs,
million workers in the
for example,
Philippines
through
are
employment
engaged in
schemes.
occupations
Pillars
that
based on
are
should keep in mind
exposed to a
that
double-tiered
before
risk. Many countries have
COVID-19,
embraced
many workers in the
unprecedented ILO
Philippines were
analysis
in a
also shows
vulnerable
that more than
situation. They have
7.2
witnessed a
million
major
workers in
process
the
of
Philippines
transformation in
are
emerging
engaged in
markets, driven
occupations
by
that
technological
are exposed to a
advancements,
double-tiered
demographic
risk. Many
changes,
countries have
environment, and
embraced
climate change.
unprecedented ILO analysis also shows that more than
So these mega
7.2
trends
million
impact
workers in the
major business
Philippines
models, non-standard
are
forms of
engaged in
work, and
occupations that
recurrent features of
technologically
the labor
advanced
market,
demographic
including
changes,
large-scale
environmental,
economy,
climate change,
rural-urban disparities, job
so these
quality,
mega trends
low
impact
productivity,
major business models,
employment, non-standard
are
forms of
engaged
work.
in
Clearly,
occupations
the
that
future work has
technologically
spurred a
advanced
debate
demographic
on what skills are needed, how those skills should be acquired, and how training
job
providers
quality,
need to adjust to the
exploration and development of original, creative, and innovative idea, build productive skills, as well as direct junior researchers in a sub-team within the research group where the training is held. It is also essential in achieving intellectual and professional independence from the thesis advisor where the PhD degree training is learned. Hence, the researcher returns to his home institution ready to build his or her own research team, meaning we have a researcher, a scientist that's ready to work on day one. And why do I say this? As the number showed by the secretary, we train about 1,900 PhDs. If only even 1/10 of those are ready to build a research program as soon as they return to their home institutions, we would have 190 research leaders in the country every year who are ready and prepared to submit proposals for funding by the government. Unfortunately, we don't have that big number at the moment. So in my perspective, we need to have highly skilled, highly qualified, highly trained research leaders to put forward the research programs of the country. If we look at advanced economies, as we're shown in the Global Innovation Index, most of these, the academics in these advanced economies, even industrial scientists, have advanced postdoctoral trainings. Secondly, how do we build academe and industry partnership? And since 2012, this has been my guiding principle. An academic should collaborate with industry or perish, not perish in his career, but in his or her attempt to build industry partnership. And in this partnership, there are 6 that I would suggest to be the guiding principles as well. Create a cooperative environment. Confidentiality and IP discussions are laid down right at the start of the partnership, and the roles and objectives are clearly defined for both partners. There's mutual respect and open communications and full transparency in both partners' activities. Industry partnership is not an academe just at the receiving end of the benefits from the generosity of the industry partner. It has to be the partnership has to be beneficial for both partners, so that the priority areas of both the academic partner and industrial collaborator is put forward. And I will show something to you based on my experience and how we did it at University of San Agustin. Please allow me to plug in. When you build partnerships, you have to bear in mind that you have something to offer to the industrial partner. So we built research centers called CND3, C2B2, CFI, and SHIC as shown on the slide. And out of this, we have a very strong, what we call as a drug discovery program based on Philippine natural resources. And I will highlight 2. Those from marine bacteria that are beneficial for antibiotics, as well as the natural resources from plants that are abundant in the country, including pineapple, tawa-tawa, kajos, and turmeric and honey. And out of these, we have built partnerships with local brands. Herbanex and Maridan are companies based in Region 6 in Western Visayas. We have global brands including Del Monte, Merck, Shimadzu, and Waters, and national brands, the Medical City in Ortigas, as well as in Iloilo, Rainfield, and Omnibus. Allow me to show some of the things that we have produced, some of the productivity that we have generated out of this industrial partnership. with the support of the Science for Change program of DOST through Cradle, we are now developing 2 products through Herbanex Laboratories, as you can see on the screen, both using Philippine plants for product development. We also have partnership with Maridan using Philippine honey supported by the USAID STRIDE funding mechanism to bring Philippine honey to international market that is competitive with the standardized global brands. In partnership with Del Monte, also as a cradle project funded by DOST, we have studied pineapples and provide scientifically validated nutritional values. If science isn't rigorous, it's reckless. That's what the motto of a scientist whose activities are following the scientific rigor. And the rigor starts right at the proposal stage when the idea is built and the idea is submitted for funding until the end product. And the end product could be the published results or the final product. It could be an industrial development, an agricultural product, a packaged product, depending on the technology. To wrap this up, I'd like to point out 3 things that I've read from the news just very recently. Scientists need support from government agencies. We cannot do it alone. And I look forward that the national government will continue supporting the Secretary's effort and DOST's effort in getting more funding. And my closing thoughts are these. 1, increase human capital through postdoctoral training, and I hope that this will be incorporated in the Science for Change program, as mentioned by the Secretary. Increase DOST's budget for research, including basic research through NRCP. A green lane in the Bureau of Customs for the importation of supplies for government-funded R&D, both industry, universities, and research institutes. And I look forward to consideration by the government that R&D will be procured tax-free, the way advanced economies and advanced countries support their national R&D program. And with that, thank you very much, DTI, for the opportunity to speak out on behalf of the academic research community. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Saludes. I hear from your voice that you are really speaking from experience, basing on your experience when you were working abroad and now here in the Philippines. I can't help but comment on your idea of having like a postdoc program. And essentially, I think what you are trying to solve there is developing an army of researchers. No, at this point in time, a PhD is no longer enough, and people need to train even further in their specified fields through a postdoc position. I should tell you, however, that we're not even at that stage yet, because in percentage-wise, the composition of our faculty in our state colleges and universities only comprise 14% of those with PhDs. So the bench is quite shallow, as you may have thought. And so, but I do recognize what you are saying of having that aspect of continuous training, you know, even beyond PhD. So we'll talk more about that during the discussion portion. Thank you again, Dr. Junel. Okay, let's move on. Our next speaker is Pascual Farmas, Director for R&D. Kumusta, Gani?
Kumusta, CD?
Mabuti. And we are raring to hear from the industry sector in terms of how we can be globally competitive by ensuring that our manpower is ready and fitted properly with the next generation technologies in the future. Go ahead, Yanni.
Thanks, CP. Good afternoon, everyone. So I just wanted to thank the team of USEC Fita Aldaba for inviting, for the honor of this invitation to chat with you guys today. So, you know, that PhD, you know, it's Pizza Hut delivery, I call it. So I would love to have the army of postdocs that Dr. Janelle was talking about. So I'm going to try to offer a perspective today from the industry side. So you kind of heard the perspective from the academe side. I have 6 slides to talk about on the ground, my on the ground perspective on globally competitive R&D talent in the Philippines. And just also touching on CP's initial questions for the panel. I mean, I call it globally competitive because we're not the only ones that are wanting this talent. And we're talking about the talent that we need in the Philippines right now, but we have to remember that everybody else wants that talent. So they want, you know, the Filipinos that are globally competitive have choices to go to, you know, not just the Philippines. So next slide. Next slide. Yeah, thanks. So this kind of busy slide, this is my busiest slide. This talks about the ecosystem, the R&D ecosystem that I participate in. It's a collaboration between industry and the academe. You can see the funding agencies on the left side. So we have our internal funding, and we also have funding coming from DOST. We have 2 cradle grants actually that Secretary De La Peña talked about. And we also have funding coming from USAID, STRIDE, and also from Picari CHED. So we have a small lab in Los Baños. It's located in the UPLB Science and Technology Park. And those 5 things at the top is what we focus on. It's basically research on end-to-end value chain technicalities, you know, for herbal drugs, you know, from farm QA testing technology to drug discovery and commercialization. So in our lab, we have 2 scientists, right? So 1 PhD, that's me, 1 Pizza Hut delivery, and 1 BS, Bachelor of Science, okay? And then we rely on project RAs. So we write competitive grants, like we apply competitive grants like Cradle, and we get project RAs. We also have bachelor's and master's thesis students. So I sit on the UPLB and UP Visayas Graduate School, and I have thesis students coming from those schools. We also have high school capstone students, and then interns, faculty interns, and student interns. And we collaborate with different universities. The major ones are here. So we have a Technological Institute of the Philippines, the Ateneo, we have UP, we have University of California at Davis, and UrbanX is one of our collaborators, like Janelle. So Janelle and I are in the same ecosystem. We also have the Lung Center of the Philippines. So you can see from here, you know, even in industry in the Philippines does not invest greatly on R&D. I mean, I need more scientists to be more productive. The issue with this lean model is that I have a tendency to be spread thin and also spend energy on other things. Like a couple of weeks ago, the septic tank in this facility broke down, and I had to pay attention to that. You know, so some of those things that are in the background that I shouldn't be spending energy on. If I say yes to that, I'm saying no to something else. I'm saying no to writing a grant. I'm saying no to mentoring somebody because you have to do all the other things. So let's go to the next slide. So from that, you know, you saw the amount of money that the government has invested increasingly on R&D, and this kind of shows you the World Economic Forum rankings for Philippines on local industry academe partnerships, and we've gone up. You know, in this, kudos to DOST and DTI. They really put some money together to strengthen industry and academe partnerships, and we've solved a lot of problems along the way, but we need to solve more. You know, so from an ecosystem perspective, let's go talk about that ecosystem in the next slide. Next slide, please. So we talked about capacity, and Felix talked about not just capacity from a highly skilled standpoint, but also the foundational skills that allow society to function. You know, if you have a better educated society, the society has a tendency to make better decisions, right? So from I'd like to focus more on the absorption part. So this diagram kind of talks about the talent cycle. You talk about capacity where you have advanced scientific talent. And Janelle talked about not just advanced scientific talent, but also technical and people leadership that people would get in a postdoctoral situation. You know, so a fresh PhD won't have a lot of people leadership skills, right, to begin with. One of our biggest problems too in the Philippines is the absorption part. So even if you have a lot of talent, right, but if you don't have the capacity to absorb that talent, then where is that talent gonna go? So like I was saying earlier, we are not the only country that's looking for talent, right? If other countries have a high absorptivity in terms of talent because they have better industrialization, for example, I mean, they're going to go there, right? So here we have issues when it comes to infrastructure, right? We have, although build has allowed us to put more brick and mortar labs up there. But aside from just structure, we also need tools. So equipment and supplies and startup funds. You know, I think in UP, the startup fund is 2 million. That's going to get used up by just buying reagents alone, or even half a year salary for a good RA, right? You need at least 10 million pesos, I think. And what should we have in the ecosystem so that the scientists stay here? You know, aside from the tax holidays and tax breaks that Janelle was talking about for equipment, we need tax holidays and tax breaks for immigrant workers or scientists that are returning. And we need better healthcare for them, better education for their families, right? When they return here, they need to have a better support system. So that's kind of the things that I look at from an ecosystem perspective. Next slide, please. Right. So this slide shows you the number of scientists, researchers per million population. And you can see here that we're lagging behind. We're under 200. So we're close to 200, right? You saw that number from Janelle too. If you look at Korea and Singapore, they're up to the 6K per million. Let's just half that, right? If you need to catch up to half that level, we need to produce 10,000 scientists per million in the next 10 years, right? Now, if you look at the amount of people that we are producing from our education sector, we are not so far from Singapore or Korea in terms of percentage. So this kind of supports my argument from the absorptivity part, right? We're producing people, right? But we're not absorbing them, right? They're going somewhere else. If you look at the population, just from a population perspective, that 30% from the Philippines is going to be more than the 30% that they produce at Singapore, right? But Singapore also has a good program for immigrant scientists. It's something that we need to have too, you know, in parallel with the local talent that we need to start producing. All right, next slide, please. Right. So maybe it's a cultural perspective, right? I mean, both Janelle and I work in private organizations, but if you are working at a SUC, for example, like a state university and college, you cannot be a citizen of another country to work there, right? But you can be Miss Universe, right? And I guess that's from a cultural perspective, that's something we need to fix, right? In terms of priority. Also, if you look at our Ambition 2040 survey, right? It shows there that in terms of priorities, if you do a survey among our countrymen, leadership in science and technology is the least prioritized, right? From their perspective, so that's something we need to work on, because we know that knowledge, I'm preaching to the choir here when I say knowledge equals wealth, right? But not everybody in this country agrees with that. And I think we need to push more. We need to assist DOST and DTI more to achieve a better capacity in terms of science and technology. And go to the next slide, please. So this is my last slide, and I'm saying it's not rocket science, right? We know, we just did a computation on how to catch up, right? We also know the areas of expertise we need to focus on. DTI has enumerated that. Automotive, innovation and research. I mean, there's electronics, so we know which fields we need to focus on and build talent on, right? From the infrastructure standpoint, there is a bunch of hyper-regulated processes in the government, and that's basically built on the culture of mistrust. So we need to work on that better and make it easier for scientists to get their tools into the system so they can do science and not do administration, continue doing science. And we know that two last things. So we know we have a tendency here in the Philippines in the narrative to kind of crescendo our research into green money values. But it doesn't have to be that. It's not the only way. I mean, we also invest in research because science is not a guarantee. It gives us pathways that we've never even imagined before and creates economic values that we've never imagined before. And from a probabilistic point of view, the more tools and scientists we put into that system, the more of those pathways we can create, right, to help Filipinos progress into Industry 4.0. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Gani, for that presentation. Obviously, we've talked about this a million times already, including all the frustrations that many of us, including Dr. Janelle, share. But you pointed out a very important statistic, which I actually learned from the other Dr. Padolina, and that is we are actually producing the same number of STEM workers compared to like Korea and Singapore.
Yeah.
It's just that for some reason we are utilizing our STEM graduates not as researchers and high-level technical workers, but more operators and factory workers. That has to change. I think we have the manpower base in the country, but they are mal-employed. If you agree to that.
Yes.
So let's talk more about that during the panel discussion. Thanks, Gani. On to our last, but certainly not the least of our speakers. Speaking next is IBPAP Executive Director, Frankie Antolin. Ms. Antolin, are you there?
Hi, good afternoon, doctors. How are you?
I'm good.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. While I'm pulling it up, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, everyone. Special thanks to the DTI for inviting IBPAP in this wonderful event. We always appreciate your partnership. And it is an honor to talk to everybody today about the Philippine IT BPM industry. So I'll go ahead and jump right in. And this is really just to set the context for the IT BPM industry, or the information technology and business process management industry. It's a bit of a mouthful. All right, here we go. So in terms of the sector, I think some of us, so we are among friends here, are fairly familiar with how the Philippine IT BPM industry has organized itself. So IBPAP, or the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, is the umbrella organization representing the entire IT BPM sector. And we actually are composed of what we call subsectors based on the specific domains or disciplines, if you will. So these are animation, contact center, game development, global shared services, healthcare information management systems, and IT and software. One of the good things that we have observed for the IT BPM industry is how we've evolved throughout the years. We continue to be the global leader when it comes to voice business process outsourcing services, but we're also seeing a certain level and a good degree of evolution of the kinds of services that we offer. Granted, it's contact centers that we are mostly popular for and comprises the biggest segment of the IT BPM sector, but we also welcome some of these niche or domain-specific skills within our group. All told, we have about 1.3 million employees. That's how we ended in 2019, and we are projecting growth up to 2022. And we're also looking at increasing our market share. We are currently sitting at 13% for 26.3 billion US dollars. So we want to ensure that we're able to cater to Fortune 1000 Fortune 1000 firms and continue to provide services of a higher quality. So really the goal of the industry is to move up that value chain. So these are some of the observations that we have going through the pandemic in particular. Maybe just last year, right before anybody knew what COVID-19 was all about, we already knew that there were certain priorities that the IT BPM sector needed to focus on. And one of them really is digital transformation and ensuring that we're able to catch up, particularly with our neighbors. So in terms of the evolving new normal, we are now setting our sights to pushing for industry imperatives. So no longer are we looking to survive not just digital transformation, but also in light of the pandemic, we're also ensuring that we are able to establish what those imperatives are for the IT BPM industry so that we can continue to focus on the things that matter in the current times: talent and culture, infrastructure, workplace strategies, as well as legislative support. So I'm very thankful for platforms such as this one because we are able to share our insights and also partner with our government stakeholders as well as our friends in the academe. And this is a really exciting panel that we're going to have this afternoon. I'm very excited about that. So I just wanted to talk about some of the focus areas, a personal advocacy of mine in terms of talent. So the way that we've organized our efforts and initiatives in IBPAP around talent is on two fronts. This is the first one, talent attraction. So together with our friends in DOLE, in DICT, we are hosting career awareness fairs so that we can continue to talk about the industry. And if there are certain myths about it, we want to make sure that we can deliver the message to our students or fresh graduates, even those that are thinking to shift their careers. We also welcome returning overseas Filipinos and really anybody who is displaced by the current situation into checking out the job opportunities within IT BPM. It has been, we are very grateful that throughout the pandemic, we were able to remain operational. It does come at a cost, but it's something that we are taking care of because at the heart of our efforts, we really want to ensure the health and safety of our talent. Now, as we continue to attract the right kind of talent to join us in the industry, IBPAP is also pushing for a national upskilling program. And this is one of the areas of talent development that we are really seeking support on. If we want to talk about a nationwide effort, we don't think that we can, nor should we, do this alone. So together with our friends in government, in academe, as well as within the industry. And I'm not just talking about the IT-BPM players, but really the ecosystem that we have. We want to ensure that we can enable skills development and lifelong learning for 1 million Filipinos over a course of 5 years. And there are several different models that we're looking at, and these you can see on the wheel here on your screen. So different ways that we can partner with the government, with the industry, with the academe in order to deliver these kinds of upskilling and reskilling efforts. They are going to be in varying levels of scale and maybe in different paces, but certainly this is something that we are advocating for. And we've also organized our efforts around skills that are specific to our subsectors, or what we call domain skills. There are also certain skills that are cross-sectoral, more of your digital skills. And we also want to ensure that we are taking care and capacitating future and incumbent leaders to perform effectively in the digital age. And this is a framework of our national upskilling program that we are advocating for. So to sum it all up, and this will be my last slide, we have a good narrative, we have a good story to tell within the IT-BPM community, but it's really making sure that we're able to solidify our position, because in light of current situation, as well as the fast pace of digital transformation that our competitors, our neighbors are going through, there's definitely an imperative for the IT-BPM to catch up. And we hope to be able to share that narrative with you, as well as look at the different imperatives for the industry, and also share a roadmap that we are looking at for where we currently are and what our future projections are going to be. We're going to have this in our International Innovation Summit. It's just around the corner. It's happening in November. And the theme is definitely something that we all have experienced. We are a world that we're caught unaware. We are now navigating pandemic uncertainties and unleashing future IT-BPM potentials. So once again, thank you, everyone. Magandang hapon, and I'm looking forward to talking to everybody today.
Thank you, Ms. Antolin. In fact, let's jump right into our short but hopefully meaningful discussion. I think we have 10 minutes. No, quick question to Ms. Frankie. I should tell you that everyone should be thankful for the BPO sector, because you have lifted the economy for the last 15 or 20, even 20 years. And the question in everybody's mind is that because of automation and machine learning and AI, are we going to lose our competitiveness in the BPO sector? And follow-up question so that you can answer two questions straight away. When you say upscaling, what fields does IBPAP think that we should be preparing for?
All right. Thanks for that, Dr. CP. So just to go back to the first question that you mentioned. So, we've got a really good and optimistic view in terms of what we can do for the IT-BPM industry. I guess it caught the world by surprise. And we're probably going through a similar situation now with the different industries and in the face of digital transformation, or the fourth industrial revolution, where the word outsourcing or offshoring did not necessarily exist some years ago. In fact, IT-BPM started in the 80s with more of your traditional IT services. So you're talking about data entry, very basic coding. And then over the years, we saw the evolution of these types of roles that we service. We're talking about software developers. We are talking about medical coders now. So really the answer to your question is what's going to happen in the face of automation. I think it's going to be humans working directly with tech. We are now able to harness technology and kind of give it a Filipino brand of service, if you will. And that's how opposition to our potential investors and locators. We don't see that the humans are going to be out of the picture in the face of digital transformation, but there is a certain level of intervention that we need to do as well, right? Otherwise, more basic roles are, we need to be able to transform them into some of your more complex types of jobs.
So you're saying that voice type of BPOs will still be there, but you mentioned something about medical transcription. Is that still up in the future? Perhaps data science or data analysis. Is there room for that? And maybe even accounting. If we can corner that market, then that would be good.
I say yes to all of the above, Dr. CP. So one of the subsectors that we have in IT-BPM is what we call the GICs, your Global Shared Services or Global In-House Centers. So we do a lot of accounting, HR services. So you can tell it's really more specialized roles that they do. And they are one out of the 6 subsectors that we have. Now, when it comes to medical transcriptions, this now falls under another subsector, which is our healthcare information management system. Our entry point into that market was actually medical transcription, but we have since then moved on and we're now doing medical coding. So aside from the transcriptions, we're actually now able to assign codes. And that is a higher value skill. We are only seeing ourselves kind of moving up that value chain, and more routinary, let's say general inquiry types of transactions, they are going to then be enhanced with more complex questions that probably need intervention from some sort of data analytics or a data report that an agent or somebody in the IT-BPM space needs to be able to analyze in a space of time in order to provide something that is meaningful to whoever that they are transacting with. So yeah, that's the formula that we are seeing in terms of IT.
Perfect. So related to that, Frankie, I'd like to bring in Director Bungalion, if you're still there, because I don't think that we need college graduates, at that level in order for us to populate the requirements of the BPO industry. Is there a room for TESDA to do the training that will be required by IBPAP? If not, making sure that our graduates from college are actually prepared for this kind of work that IBPAP is preparing us. I don't know if Director Bungalion is still here.
He's there. He's just on mute. I think.
There. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Director David. Did you hear our discussion? May role ba ang TESDA in terms of preparing our employees for the BPO, the next generation BPO sector, if that's a good term to use, Frankie?
And thank you, Dr. CP. Yes, actually, we have a role there, but usually the determination of the training programs, the skills training programs that we develop and try to populate it and try to implement it is always determined by the industry. Mm-hmm. It is always determined, so it is demand driven. So just as like in the BPO, yes, indeed, we have to work out with the BPO and then they have to determine the different skills or the jobs that are required. And then we have to work out with their technical expert, put it in the formal curriculum, and then run the program in partnership still with the industry. Because we believe that the best training actually would always be with the industry, because because they are the takers, because they are the one in demand.
That's true. But Director David, don't we need to prepare a little bit earlier than just reacting to the trends in the industry, so that we'll be first in line if a new trend comes in?
Yes, Dr. CP, actually we have just run what we call the National Action Programming, wherein we gather the different industry sectors, and then we talked with them, and then they provide us the skills for the future.
Okay, perfect. So hopefully we're preparing for these changes, which brings me to another point related to what we're talking about, Director David. The one bullet point I got from Felix, if you can hear me, Felix, you mentioned something super important that I don't think everybody, at least in the S&T sector, is aware of, and that is we prepare so much the supply side of STEM graduates, but not really looking at the impact and what is needed on the demand side. So that struck a very important chord when I was listening to your presentation, Felix. Can you elaborate more on what you meant about looking at the demand side? I guess Director David mentioned a little bit about what you will be saying, and that is in terms of looking at what's on demand, what's the next trend, and prepare for that.
Thanks. I think we had a unique point of course, for economy and also for the labor market in terms of the COVID-19 crisis and some of the, ongoing processes and planning processes that we've seen for enhancing human capital. On the economy side, what we've seen in terms of demand is that some sectors have been hit hard, but not necessarily all sectors that have been hit hard have also recorded large job disruptions. And on the other hand, there are sectors that have encountered less decrease in economic output, but are exposed to higher job disruption. Now, when it comes to actually looking at the supply and demand side for enhancing human capital, essentially we're looking at what was mentioned also earlier in terms of having an ecosystem. Of course, investing from primary, secondary education to tertiary education and postdoc, that's all key on the supply side, if those also meet the industry needs. But the other two pillars beyond those, strengthening the investments in people's capabilities that I think are key, is what makes it actually then, how does this translate into increased competitiveness and also productive employment? And those are essentially...
So actually make a mental note of what you just said and tell this to our friends in the DOST who are all looking at the supply side. There has to be a study in terms of what impact we are making with having all these STEM graduates being supported by DOST. So thank you for that. The other point that you mentioned, actually, I was surprised that you said it, and that is the low to medium skilled workers will still be in demand, and we shouldn't shy away from these kinds of work. And as you know, the Philippines is a good source of low to medium skilled workers. So are you saying that we should continue with that trend, and how do we prepare for that? Everyone is talking about upscaling and increasing the skill level of everybody.
Yes. So I think essentially here we are again looking at a situation where we're having sectors that have been affected by the crisis, but now for what I mentioned earlier is that to some extent also the future of work, of course, is not high skilled only. We've seen this trend that across the board there's a focus more on non-routine occupations. So even in occupations that used to be more low or medium skilled, we will see a degree of skills that is more needed in the non-routine occupational field. But essentially what matters is those occupations in low and medium where there will still be scope for it, and essentially also employment potential. I think that's important to point out. I think what is important is there's an issue between low productivity, low and medium skilled employment, and more higher productive employment. And I think essentially attention needs to be paid how those low medium skilled employment can be made more productive.
Okay, got it. So, well, I'll take off from one of the questions we received from one of our participants, from Shine de Castro, and she was mentioning about the love for STEM and training at the very, very earliest stages of education. And speaking of education, I'll bring in Dr. Janelle and Gani. No, there is still a fairly low demand for STEM simply because the industry, I guess, is not yet ready. And this is, again, one of the points of Felix earlier. So is it still important for us to be promoting STEM in our children? Obviously, the answer is yes. No, but I guess what would be the strategy if you will have that say in terms of how we develop our next generation SNT workers? Janelle, do you have any thoughts on that? And this is even before doctorate and postdoc. I think it's also an important component that we develop.
So thank you for that question. I saw Shine's question, the Q&A box actually. And so the first question, is it important? Is it relevant? It is. Any industrially driven economy needs STEM educated workforce. Not necessarily at the high level of research leaders, as what I have advocated in my talk. And in that section, I'm looking at really a highly specialized research leaders, the drivers of the innovation of the ideas. But if you look at any team, it's not just the leader who's supposed to work, right?
Of course.
You need to have the highly competent leader, driver of the team, but within that team are the members who contribute to the workforce in a, shall I say, use the word hierarchical system. There's the leader.
And don't forget, Janelle, the technicians at the base, which do not come from as college graduates, but actually should come from the tech voc sector, like from
you don't need a graduate degree for that, but they need to be educated in STEM. In fact, I was in Japan just a couple of years ago in one of the headquarters of our corporate partners, and definitely that's how the workforce hierarchy is. There is the team leader that's highly trained, and then there's the technically trained members of the team who are doing the, shall I use the word, nitty-gritty, putting on the screws and such.
Yeah, and these are not science or engineering majors, correct?
They're technical graduates.
Yes.
Right?
And just before you continue, because Director David is still there, just put a mental note that DOST and TESDA has to talk about that high, I don't know what's the term, but that technician level of competency that runs all the laboratories and the samples that need to be analyzed.
And that's not just on the laboratory, on the analytical lab side, but also in the production side.
In the production side, yes.
Let me just go give you an example from my interaction with engineers from Boeing in Washington, in Seattle area. Not all personnel there are scientists.
Engineers, yeah, correct.
They are, community college graduates.
Right.
That means technical degrees or 2-year courses, but they carry with them a certain skill that's focused in that industry.
That's correct.
So you have to view it on a spectrum and not on a black and white let's say division of labor.
Right.
But again, there must be a team leader and the rest of the team members at a different hierarchy who handle a specific task related.
Yes, they possess a specific skill, and often they actually command a higher salary compared to the PhDs.
Correct. I mean, some highly skilled labor are more expensive than the ones who hold the PhD.
Okay, I'll make a mental note of that. And then your postdoc idea, that's something that we have to work on with DOST and USH, right? So Gani, are you still there?
Yes, still here.
Narinig mo ba yung discussion namin ni Jonel?
Yeah.
Or how do we how do we induce the industry to take in more R&D from our S&T workers, as well as all the technicians that we can prepare,
Yeah.
for the
Well,
work.
I think from an absorptive capacity standpoint, because we're not a manufacturing country, right? We're basically retail and then BPOs. That's our economy drivers. So it's hard to get that absorption, right, from a STEM standpoint. So I think if we push more for more manufacturing, that's a more stable. We can see now, right? Retail is suffering a lot, but manufacturing, in fact, pharma manufacturing is seeing growth, right?
Okay.
But from
So
us,
we can be competitive in that,
yes,
in
I think
manufacturing.
yes, I think so. I think CPR biggest issues is the hyper regulation when it comes to it. It's
That is actually one of the points of our listeners, hyper-regulation.
yes,
So
like
shout out to our government agencies listening.
yeah, it's more expensive for me to send a boat domestically to Davao to pick up bananas than importing it.
That's true.
So that's probably one of the
That's
issues.
also the point of Janelle earlier in terms of importing stuff and all the red tape that goes with it.
Pero ako I'm biased to STEM. I advocate STEM education at all levels because I think it's a good foundation for quality decision making, especially now in the age of misinformation.
Yeah.
And di ba, you want our people to be voting the right people, right? So if they have
What
that,
about STEM graduates in the BPO sector? Meron bang ganon in the future?
STEM graduates,
STEM graduates, S&T, yeah,
yeah, I think so.
scientists.
Yeah, because ADB released about 2 years ago that with the advent of Industry 4.0, right, we're not adequately prepared, for that change, right, with the current STEM landscape in our education system, right? So we need to upgrade more into yung storytelling, critical thinking, yung the other C's, right? Not just content, because our STEM education has a tendency to focus on content.
Too much content. Yeah, agree. No, spoken like a true educator. That's been
You have a school too, right? So
that's been our discussion for the longest time. But the good news is that there are solutions to it, and
yes,
it's just a matter of us, all of us here, and those in government, taking a stand and trying to solve the issues head on.
correct.
That's all the time that we actually have, guys. Sayang, dapat mas mahaba yung panel discussion. But I see synergies that can happen between TESDA and DOST and the scientists with industry and fixing everything else that we are facing in terms of a problem. Felix gave us a very comprehensive outline on how to look at the issue. But I'm sure we'll have other opportunities to talk more about this topic. But for now, that's all the time that we have. I turn it over back to our moderator. Thank you again, everyone, for participating, and hope to interact with you in future activities such as this conference. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much.
Bye, Frankie, Janelle, Director David.
Thank you so much, Dr. David. Dr. David, to our speaker and panelists, thank you for that very informative session. May we request for a quick snapshot before we end the session? May I also ask Yusek Fita to please join us? Kindly turn on your video and look at the camera on your devices.
Hi, Yusek Fita, nandyan ka pala. I didn't know. But I hope you were able to follow the discussion and the synergies that we can promote now moving into the future.
Okay,
You're
so we're
muted.
gonna have a photo session. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, thanks to our brilliant roster of speaker and panelists, Mr. Raidencap, Asik Tutay, Director Bugalyon, Dr. Saludes, Dr. Badolina, and Miss Angeline, and of course our moderator, Dr. CB David. That ends the first half of the day's event, session 3A on enhancing human capital and research capabilities. And we hope that it was a very informative one. We will go for a quick 10-minute break to allow new viewers to enter the Zoom room and our speakers and panelists to settle in. Please stay tuned. We'll be back.
We live in an industrial world. The applications and benefits of technology and industry have become the hallmarks of progress and of modern societies. Commerce, manufacturing, mobile telecommunication, transportation, and many other aspects of everyday life are made possible by advances in science, innovation, and the globalization of the world economy. In the Philippines, trade and industry have paved the way for unprecedented economic growth in the country's history. And now, we find ourselves at the dawn of a new industrial revolution, one that will transform systems of production, business models, and the global market.
Now, how do we define Industry 4.0? It's a convergence of four big technologies applied all over the value chain, from when a customer order is received in any company, all the way down to customer service.
By having innovation in our culture, then we can achieve a level of differentiation that enables us to be ahead of our competitors.
Recognizing the need for Filipino firms to be ready for the fourth industrial revolution, the Department of Trade and Industry is implementing the Inclusive Innovation Industrial Strategy, or ICUBES. Through ICUBES, the Philippines aims to grow and develop globally competitive manufacturing, agriculture, and services industries in the country, while strengthening their linkages into domestic and global value chains. Among its priority industries are automotive and auto parts, aerospace parts and aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul, agribusiness and tourism, chemicals, construction, transport and logistics, creative, furniture and garments, electrical and electronics, innovation and research and development, inclusive businesses, iron and steel, tool and die, IT/BPM and e-commerce, shipbuilding, and ship repair. Philippinovation and entrepreneurship are central to ICUBES. Together with the Department of Science and Technology and other national government agencies, the DTI is collaborating with industry and the academe towards establishing an inclusive innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country. The ecosystem seeks to strengthen linkages between industry and the academe, an essential element for the ecosystem to thrive. It also aims to ensure that relevant education and training, adequate funding and financing, and support and services for the country's innovators and entrepreneurs are accessible.
We actually resolved a couple of technology challenges with a big help from a couple of universities, where we actually worked hand in hand with some of their professors, PhDs, and together they helped us in resolving technology issues.
Last year, we established an Industry Council of Advisors. This is where we bring in industry figureheads to give us some advice on how to get closer to what industry looks for.
With a conducive environment for innovation and entrepreneurship, Filipino firms can capitalize on Industry 4.0 technologies and seize market opportunities. In the process, they will be able to generate jobs, reduce poverty, and contribute in achieving sustained and inclusive growth in the country. Collaboration, innovation, acceleration. These are the paths towards growing connected and creative communities throughout the country. Guided by iCubeS and with a strong collaboration between government, industry, and the academe, the Philippines will be in a better position to leapfrog to Industry 4.0, transform the country's economy in the new digital age, and uplift the lives of the Filipino people. It's time for the Philippines to be Industry 4.0 ready.
We are all gathered here today for our annual Innovation Conference.
Innovation plus adoption of new technologies plus HRD plus enabling business environment equals higher competitiveness and productivity, inclusive and sustainable growth.
Such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, robotics, cybersecurity. We launched the Philippine Innovation and Entrepreneurship Roadmap. Technologies to improve the competitiveness of our industries and leapfrog to industrial development.
NEDA, DTI, DOST, and the entire government welcome hearing ideas and feedback. We look forward to the synthesis of practical solutions to these pressing concerns.
Effort, we can bridge the digital transformation divide among our people, between the public and private sectors, and across the regions. Thank you po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
This year's conference theme is Philippine Innovation for Entrepreneurship and Inclusive Growth. Continuing from our implementation of our Inclusive Industrial Strategy, or IQS, we are formally launching the Inclusive Innovation and Entrepreneurship Roadmap, which will lay down our next steps in putting innovation at the center of our industry development programs and strategies.
We live in an industrial world. The applications and benefits of technology and industry have become the hallmarks of progress and of modern societies. Commerce, manufacturing, mobile telecommunication, transportation, and many other aspects of everyday life are made possible by advances in science, innovation, and the globalization of the world economy. In the Philippines, trade and industry have paved the way for unprecedented economic growth in the country's history. And now, we find ourselves at the dawn of a new industrial revolution, one that will transform systems of production, business models, and the global market.
Now, how do we define Industry 4.0? It's a convergence of four big technologies applied all over the value chain, from when a customer order is received in any company, all the way down to customer service.
By having innovation in our culture, then we can achieve a level of differentiation that enables us to be ahead of our competitors.
Recognizing the need for Filipino firms to be ready for the fourth industrial revolution, the Department of Trade and Industry is implementing the Inclusive Innovation Industrial Strategy, or IQS. Through IQS, the Philippines aims to grow and develop globally competitive manufacturing, agriculture, and services industries in the country, while strengthening their linkages into domestic and global value chains. Among its priority industries are automotive and auto parts, aerospace parts and aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul, agribusiness and tourism, chemicals, construction, transport and logistics, creative, furniture and garments, electrical and electronics, innovation and research and development, inclusive businesses, iron and steel, tool and die, IT BPM and e-commerce, shipbuilding, and ship repair. Philippinnovation and entrepreneurship are central to iCubeS. Together with the Department of Science and Technology and other national government agencies, the DTI is collaborating with industry and the academe towards establishing an inclusive innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country. The ecosystem seeks to strengthen linkages between industry and the academe, an essential element for the ecosystem to thrive. It also aims to ensure that relevant education and training, adequate funding and financing, and support and services for the country's innovators and entrepreneurs are accessible.
We actually resolved a couple of technology challenges with a big help from a couple of universities where we actually worked hand in hand with some of their professors, PhDs, and together they helped us in resolving technology issues.
Last year, we established an Industry Council of Advisors. This is where we bring in industry figureheads to give us some advice on how to get closer to what industry looks for.
With a conducive environment for innovation and entrepreneurship, Filipino firms can capitalize on Industry 4.0 technologies and seize market opportunities. In the process, they will be able to generate jobs, reduce poverty, and contribute in achieving sustained and inclusive growth in the country. Collaboration, innovation, acceleration. These are the paths towards growing connected and creative communities throughout the country. Guided by iCubeS and with a strong collaboration between government, industry, and the academe, the Philippines will be in a better position to leapfrog to Industry 4.0, transform the country's economy in the new digital age, and uplift the lives of the Filipino people. It's time for the Philippines to be Industry 4.0 ready.
Welcome back. We are now at the second half of our program and will proceed to the second session for today. Session 3B on developing creative industries in the era of digital transformation. For everyone's information, the conference is being recorded and live streamed via the official Facebook page of the DTI Competitiveness and Innovation Group and the DTI Philippines YouTube channel. We will also upload the presentations in our official website and Facebook page, so please keep posted by following the DTI CIG FB page. For this session, we will be discussing about the potential of the creative industries to become a growth driver for the Philippines. Industry and government representatives will provide insights into how the public and private sectors can collaborate to promote the country's creative workforce and services and position the country as a regional creative hub. Before we proceed to the session proper, we are pleased to have with us today to deliver his message the chairperson of the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts, lead convener of the 42-member Arts and Culture and Creative Industries Bloc of the 18th Congress, and a representative of the 4th District of Pangasinan, Congressman Christopher De Venecia.
All right. So before I begin, allow me to thank Secretary Mon Lopez, Yusek Fita Aldaba, and the rest of the Department of Trade and Industry family for inviting me to deliver this short message about developing creative industries in the era of digital transformation. As a legislator and an active member of the performing arts sector, I have come to realize just how much potential the creative industries have, not just in bringing color and joy into the lives of many, but in contributing to the national economy. Sa madaling salita, hindi lang po basta palamuti ang sining at ang creative industries. Panlaban din natin ito sa ating pangmalawakang pagpursige ng ating ekonomiya. And in the short time that I will be speaking today, I hope to impress upon you just how important these industries are. From there, I hope to illustrate how we can work together in developing such, especially in the age of what we now know as the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Una sa lahat, ano ba ang creative industries? Well, according to the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines, which is headed by Paolo Mercado, it is an economy based on ideas, innovation, and the creative people who make them happen. This echoes the definition used by the UK government Department for Culture, Media and Sport, which describes the creative industries as those industries which have their origin in individual creativity, skill, and talent, and which have a potential for wealth and job creation through the generation and exploitation of intellectual property. The creative industries therefore encompass a wide range of sub-industries, including but not limited to the performing arts and live events, fashion, music, visual arts, film, television, gastronomy, radio, furniture, communication design, animation, software, game development, advertising, book publishing, print media, digital media, architecture, landscape architecture, interior design, arts and crafts, and so many more. With the creative industries covering such a wide range of sectors, can you imagine just how much they contribute collectively to the economy? Luckily for us, we don't have to imagine. Estimates from the Census of Philippine Business and Industry, or CPBI, show that in 2012, the creative industries generated around 689 billion pesos, or 6.52% of the GDP for that year. They observed a 12.7% annual growth rate from 1999 to 2010, which CACP notes is 2 times faster than that of the overall national economy. The numbers are also promising when we look at the data concerning exports from the UNCTAD 2018 report. According to said report, the Philippines generated around 44.4 billion pesos in terms of creative goods. Meanwhile, we were able to generate around 155 billion pesos in terms of creative services. And interestingly, 3.1 billion US dollars of our creative services come from computer and IT. With all of the potential of the creative industries, how then do we keep these sectors afloat, especially during the time of COVID? One thing that we are about to do is to provide immediate financial assistance to freelancers and creative workers affected by the pandemic. As many of you may know, creative workers who go from paycheck to paycheck with no security of tenure are some of the hardest hit. I'm happy to report to you that Congress passed RA 11494, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, which President Duterte signed into law last September. Under Section 4 of the said bill, a cash for work program worth 5,000 to 8,000 pesos, depending on regional minimum wage, shall be given to displaced workers or employees, including those in the culture and arts and creative industry sectors. We encourage various business support organizations to get in touch with our office so that we can connect you with DOLE, who shall administer the said program. And in case you have ideas on how this Cash for Work program can be tailored and calibrated so that it resonates with the competencies of your stakeholders, that would be much appreciated as well. Also covered in the Bayanihan 2 are credit facilities of up to 3 million pesos, or around 61,700 US dollars, to productive sectors of the economy, especially in the countryside, with low interest rates payable within 3 years and not requiring any collateral. In relation to this, I cannot stress enough how important it is to organize. Individually, there is only so much we can do, but when we band together, our social infrastructure broadens and we become a force to be reckoned with. That's one lesson I have learned since convening the Arts and Culture and Creative Industries Block of the 18th Congress, or ACHIEVE. What started as a modest membership of 15 legislators has grown to about 46 congressmen and congresswomen across different political parties, affiliations, and even generations. This initiative has gained incredible momentum in the lower house, such that a special committee for creative industry and performing arts has since been institutionalized to better service the sector, and I am very fortunate to have been made its very first chairperson. As an individual congressman, I can always file bills, but never have the assurance that it will be taken up among the thousands of measures filed by most of my colleagues. But with our collective strength, we can attract greater attention and traction for our legislative efforts. Of course, at the end of the day, we cannot do it alone. And that is why we have been continuously engaging members of the creative industries for their input and their support. Apart from these measures, special attention must be given to the digitization of the creative industries, especially considering we are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. As the 4IR looms in the distance, it threatens to render irrelevant most manual labor as we develop machines and digital processes to conduct trade and develop industry. According to Itai Palti, however, Director of Architecture and Design in the Centric Lab in the UK, one thing that differentiates man from machine is creativity. This implies that workers in the creative sector have a relatively higher degree of immunity when it comes to being displaced due to automation brought about by the fourth industrial revolution. But that doesn't mean that workers from this industry cannot benefit from adapting to technological advancements and digitization. On the production side, adapting to digitization and automation can greatly increase the productivity of those in the creative industries involved in the creation of creative goods and even in the delivery of creative services. But one thing that the pandemic has revealed is how digitization can also benefit those in the industry on the commercial or transactional aspect. Now more than ever, we are living in an interconnected world. Now more than ever, there are countless opportunities and markets, both physical and digital, to showcase products and services and even consummate transactions. Ikunento po sa amin ni Ruby Salutan, isang stakeholder mula sa furniture sector, na gusto sana nila i-organize muli this year yung Philippine International Furniture Show, kasamang mga kapitbahay natin sa ASEAN. Fortunately, their plans were almost foiled by the pandemic. Pero hindi po sila sumuko. They found a way to adjust to their circumstances and decided to launch the show anyway, albeit fully digital. Creators of various merchandise can take a similar approach and take advantage of platforms such as Shopee or Lazada, which have remained immune to lockdowns and other restrictions even despite the pandemic. Performers and other content creators can make use of platforms such as YouTube or Kumu to monetize their content as an alternative or even a complement to live performances. Digitization can also boost the provision of creative services. This is especially true for our friends in the advertising sector, which is very much a part of the creative economy. In one of our consultations with them, a stakeholder shared that the rates and structure of buying ads in digital are different from buying ads in print. There are longer periods of viewership, it's dynamic rather than static, and it can remain on the digital platform for up to even 3 months. This is an opportunity that should continuously be exploited by brands and media platforms. Of course, the services of our freelancers are becoming more and more accessible globally through the help of online platforms such as freelancer.ph. Sites like these serve as effective intermediaries, connecting our creative workers to various clientele all around the world. Truly, the possibilities are endless, and industrialization only serves as a useful tool fueled by our creativity and innovation. This is why it is imperative for us to really invest in digital infrastructure that will allow for digital transformation of our MSME sector, especially those in film, music, and live events, among others, that are part and parcel of our creative industries. One suggestion that we're looking into is that from the software and game development sector. During our consultations with them, they suggested the possibility of creating digital hubs and co-working spaces, or as Congressman Kiko Benitez puts it, sort of like a creative nexus where all these creatives can like band together as empowered and amplified by digital infrastructure. These spaces are important in further cultivating creativity among stakeholders. A safe space where they can thrive as enhanced by digitization. Providing the infrastructure and making technology accessible is only the first step. We also have to ensure that the next generation is adequately prepared to utilize all this technology. One way of doing this is by integrating 4IR skills like big data analytics, design thinking, cloud skills, and many others into all levels of education. Our partners from business support organizations and even those from the public sector, such as DTI, have repeatedly advocated for this throughout our many consultations. Now more than ever, we have to tap our partners from the Department of Education and SHED in order to integrate these skills in the K-12 system and at the tertiary level through the state universities and colleges. Equally important is protecting the intellectual property of content creators, especially in the music and film and audiovisual sectors. We have to go back to our definition of the creative industries. It is one that is based on the creation or use of ideas and innovation. Thus, there is a need to further strengthen our intellectual property laws to make sure that remuneration rights for artists and content creators are respected and well observed. This also means that we have to bolster our efforts in clamping down on piracy, especially online piracy. This also means we have to bolster our efforts. Sabi nga ni Marivic Benedicto, chairperson ng Philippine Association of the Recording Industry or PARI, music recording certification around the late 2000s had to change because CD sales could not support the previous model anymore. Kung dati kailangan makabenta ng 15,000 units para maging gold record at 30,000 para maging platinum, kailangan nilang babaan ito sa 10,000 at 20,000 units respectively. Anong dahilan bakit bumaba ang benta ng mga CD at records? Isa na dyan syempre ang pamimirata. Kung isipin, bakit ka nga naman bibili ng CD kung pwede mo naman i-download na lang sa internet ang mga paborito mong kanta ng libre? Piracy is illegal. What we have to do now is to make it harder for people to download music illegally. One way of doing that is, of course, through strengthening the implementation of our anti-piracy laws. This includes reviewing the mandate of the Optical Media Board and the MTRCB, which seem to be the only government agencies that sort of dabble in clamping down on piracy. Their mandates are a bit antiquated, being limited to forms of media available at the time their charters were written. We have to update their mandates if we want these agencies to keep up with the exponential growth and development of technology. Another way of doing that, however, is by incentivizing customers to download music legally. Once again, technology seems to be the answer. Who among us have not heard of apps like Spotify, YouTube Music, or iTunes, or Apple Music? The rise of these online streaming platforms have given consumers a more affordable way of supporting their favorite artists legally. At the same time, it has also given musicians, independent or otherwise, an avenue to put their music on the market more directly. Gone are the days when musicians had to wait to be discovered at the right place at the right time by the right people before even having a shot at making a living out of music. The effects of these platforms are being felt all around the world. According to the IFPI Global Music Report of 2020, which summarizes the music industry in 2019, the global music market grew by 8.2% for that year. According to the IFPI, this can be attributed to fans' increasing engagement with music on paid streaming services, with the number of paid streaming accounts rising to 341 million by the end of 2019. and associated revenue increasing by 24.1%. Kumakatok na po ang oportunidad sa ating mga pinto. We simply have to capitalize on this. Perhaps our local software programmers and entrepreneurs can even develop our very own digital streaming platforms, and in tandem with our local communication design and advertising sectors, market this platform to achieve regional or even global ubiquity. The sky really is the limit. As my message draws to a close, I just want to emphasize how much I and the rest of the arts and culture and creative industries block value the sector. I want you to know that we have heard firsthand how productivity decreased during this pandemic, how businesses contracted, how workers have been deprived of their livelihood, their bread and butter, and yet stakeholders have continued to share their talent and artistry to the world. For that, I have nothing but mad respect, praise, and admiration for those working in the creative industries. I want you to know that on our part, we in Congress are working hard to ensure that you are given the institutional support that you so deserve. We will endeavor to remain in constant collaboration with you in developing your sector, whether online or off. Together, we will navigate these uncharted territories of unprecedented technological advancement and learn how to adapt to this rapidly changing and increasingly digital world. Hindi po kayo nag-iisa. I only hope that we can match your efforts as you work together to take you beyond mere survival, but rather towards reaching your full potential. As we always say in our arts block meetings, together we shall achieve. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much, Representative De Venecia, for stressing the importance of supporting and digitizing our creative industry in return to its massive contribution not just on our economy but also on our cultural identity, which each and every one of us must be grateful for. We now move on to our session proper with our main speaker, who is a seasoned international marketing and advertising leader with over 2 decades of experience in the field of consumer insight, creative communications, media strategy, digital marketing, strategic brand management, brand architecture, shopper marketing, design thinking, and innovation management. He has managed complex marketing projects in practically all major geographies of Asia Pacific, North America, Latin America, Europe, and the Middle East. Please welcome the founding president of the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines, Mr. Paulo Mercado.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very grateful to be here, and thank you to Secretary Mon Lopez and Yusek Fita Aldaba for organizing this conference and for inviting CECP here. And over really the last 3-4 years that CECP has been active, DTI has been a tremendous partner in pushing the creative economy agenda forward. So I would like to request to share my screen now, just so that I can put up the presentation. Okay. The presentation is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes? Okay. So the Creative Economy Council was founded in, actually we started meeting in 2016, but we formally became a registered non-stock nonprofit in 2017. And our goal is to really help get recognition for the collective creative industries in the Philippines, and together with the government, help establish policies, programs, and initiatives to make a collective growth impact for creative industries, as Congressman Cross had mentioned. Today, in this short afternoon, I will speak about creative disruption and the innovation that is needed, not only to help the creative industries bounce back, but also to help perhaps grow the creative industries with a hockey stick-like growth, so that we could use the disruption potentially, in fact, as an acceleration point for that. Now, what was the Philippine creative economy like prior to the COVID crisis of 2020? Congressman Toff actually mentioned a lot of these numbers already. That based on the last estimate that was done, it was about 6.5% of GDP in 2012, which is about 690 billion pesos. Now, relatively speaking, globally, creative industries average between 3.5% and 4% of a country's GDP. So 6.5% is actually quite big. And if you project that 6.5% to the 2019 GDP, the Philippine creative industries could be as big as 1.3 trillion pesos, which is quite large. And in fact, this would be a conservative estimate because, as was mentioned earlier, creative industries were in fact growing faster than the national economy from 1999 all the way to 2010. In terms of employment, now the survey that we have here only counted full-time employees and only for large establishments of greater than 20 people. But even so, the numbers that were shared that were reported in 2012 was about 745,000 people. And if you project that to 2019, again, using the same percentage calculation, it's about 865,000 people. But this only counts full-time employees and not, for example, the freelancers or independent contractors for creative work, of which a conservative estimate is about 1 million just for supporting domestic creative industry. And there is also an emerging sector now of online creative freelancers. So people who do online work for clients that are actually outside of the Philippines. And platforms such as Upwork or Behance or PayPal and Payoneer have estimated that the numbers from the Philippines are actually among the highest in the world at over 1 million people with all different types of freelancing, and that the majority of that freelancing is actually in creative work, like web design, software development, and even marketing services is done on that. And finally, this was also mentioned that where we perhaps underperform, so domestically, creative industries is very, very big for the Philippines. But in terms of exports, while the $4.1 billion seems to be very large, it actually means that the Philippines only ranks number 5 in the ASEAN region. And if you take a look at the total creative exports of the Asia Pacific region, which is $200 billion, the Philippines only has 2%. Now, on the one hand, that's a small number, and we have a lot of work to do to catch up. But on the other hand, it also represents the opportunity because there is a very big market out there for creative exports, particularly in creative services and creative goods. Interestingly, majority of Filipino creative exports are actually in creative services. And this was mentioned already. In fact, the biggest part of it is software development. And then you have animation, game development, and then digital marketing and design services make up the rest of that. And this does not count the freelance work that people are doing independently also. So prior to the COVID crisis, this was, let's say, a snapshot of what the Philippine creative economy looks like. Now, definitely, creative industries, like most industries in the Philippines, have been disrupted. And for some of these sectors, in fact, severely disrupted by the crisis. In various discussions, and this is I will caveat these numbers to say that this is a guesstimate of the impact of 2020 on the revenue of these industries relative to 2019. So some of these sectors really have had very painful adjustments to make. So, for example, film, performing arts, and live events So because of the essentially cessation of cinema viewing in large scale in large theaters, and also large scale concerts or even smaller scale theater performances, these have all essentially needed to close after March and still remain largely closed. So the revenue from these activities is they've only had for 2020 so far revenue coming from the first 2 months of the year, so which are also historically the lower revenue periods of the year. So it's quite dramatic that for these creative sectors they were badly hit that way. For heritage sites, museums, folk arts and crafts, these are highly dependent on tourism, and very similar to the other sectors. They only had really Q1 revenue to rely on. Now, tourism is beginning to open slowly, but definitely these sectors are quite badly hit. Then we come to the next two sectors of television, radio, and traditional advertising for TV, radio, print, and outdoor. Now, this one, there are two numbers to really take a look at. On the one hand, already because of just the pandemic, there was a drop of about 30 to 40% of advertising on these platforms because of essentially some businesses stopping their advertising because their own business was in trouble. So they stopped the advertising, and of course that creates a ripple effect on this. Now, the other thing that disrupted the sector is essentially the ABS-CBN going off air. And with the, let's say, the large size of the advertising and TV share of ABS-CBN, that advertising revenue is no longer in the market. Now, how long that will play out, if we project that for the year, it could be at least 50% of total advertising revenue that is gone from the market for 2020. So it's quite a dramatic impact. Interestingly, while some sectors that are involved or more digital based, so software development, animation, game development, they have had their pain points also, especially at those that are dependent on high bandwidth connectivity, where work from home wasn't working to be able to share or to work on these very large files. That, interestingly, for some of them, the demand is still there. And the challenge for these sectors has been more about how do they fulfill the demand given the restrictions on the new normal of working conditions for them to be able to continue doing their work. So it's an interesting mix, in other words, that when we say that the creative industries are badly affected, it is yes, and it's really different depending on the sector that you have. So one way that I tried to visualize this was to use, I mean, if you go to a pediatrician, they always have this pain scale that helps children point to how severe the pain is, you know, when they're feeling something. So what I did is I just put this pain scale in a conceptual map where the pain of the industry can come from either on the left-hand side of the screen vertically, a disruption in the industry's ability to supply the market. So the market is there, but their ability to supply is drastically reduced. Again, because of perhaps bandwidth limitations or other points. And then the other pain scale is a demand disruption, where the market itself is disrupted, where people are not able to or are not able to or willing to go, for example, to shows or to cinema in this case. So just as a very, I would say qualitative assessment and having attended majority of the Achieve sessions, I sort of mapped out what is the situation of the different creative sectors. And not surprisingly, those that are involved where the content and value can be delivered on digital, these are the ones, it's not that they don't have any pain, they do, but they are relatively in a better position because they can continue to produce the work and that they can deliver the work to their respective clients. And the clients themselves, especially if you're involved in things like e-commerce, etc., these things are in fact growing at this point. The demand for digital marketing content, the demand for media, especially streaming media, the demand for recreational games, these are still there because that's what people can do during lockdown. So these are in a relatively better position, but there is still some pain points to address on that. Then you have the middle sector. These are, I've already talked about broadcast media and advertising, where on the one hand for broadcast media, there is demand for it, but there is a disruption in the supply for reasons I've already mentioned. And then you have things like books and textbooks, which are affected by the disruption in schooling, because the majority of the books and press sector, the revenue actually comes from school textbooks. So there is difficulty in actually supplying this, and a lot of them are changing now into more, let's say, digitally delivered content. But the question is, can they make money out of that? And then you have other sectors. Now, this is not, completely accurate, but there are things that you can see. So, for example, for fashion accessories, furniture, interiors, on the one hand, some of these are essentials, and when you need to replace, you do. But on the other hand, when there are things like no social events, weddings are much smaller, or if at all. So many of these things where you have bespoke clothes made, etc., those occasions are much less now. So that affects the industry. But there are essentials also where you need to replace. Architecture, this one is a bit of a mixed bag. On the one hand, you've got commercial spaces definitely are struggling right now. Residential is also some of them are recovering a little bit because in fact there's some demand for renovating, for example, home space to be able to accommodate work from home. But you also still have robust spending coming from the government and public works. So that demands for good growth for architecture as well. And then in the last sector, so this is the one that I've spoken about, where it's really the demand side. And even the supply, the ability to supply is most painful. So we're talking really about those that I've mentioned: performing arts, cinema, folk arts, visual arts as well, and then museums and heritage. So this is just a one chart to be able to see how is the industry, the different sectors of the creative economy disrupted. One of the things I've also been reading and listening to over the pandemic is, well, the latest book of John Hawkins, who was the first one to coin the term creative economy. And he's talking about the evolution of creative work and how work is now much more about your individual creativity, but it's not so visible because you're actually delivering most of that online. And then Charles Day was actually somebody I met in Berlin School, and he runs a podcast called Fearless Creative Leadership. And his series has focused very much on how creative leaders and creative companies are coping with the pandemic. And so some of the observations from these two books, plus the stories of the local industry, I've sort of summarized in the next couple of slides. So as far as supply disruption is concerned, there are changes like from office work to work from home, which also has an implication on time in and time out from work. So before, work was time bound. Now, is it timeless? At what point can your boss call you and up to what time? While also command and control is a bit less than in an office environment, does it really translate to empowerment of creative people? Definitely less travel and face-to-face meetings are happening right now, and a greater demand for reliable, fast, and affordable connectivity, which was already mentioned. And then there is the point also where businesses in general are downsizing, and this is actually leading to much more contractual or freelance work happening on the supply side. Opportunities, of course, are online collaboration, and people are saying that this is actually removing hierarchical types of organizations, which actually creative people like. There's more efficiency because you're spending less time in traffic. There is a greater opportunity for online learning, especially for creative. And this one has been spoken about already. E-commerce and e-business, including freelance services, are also on the rise for this one. What are some gaps that we're seeing in terms of the nature of creative work? At what point does work-life balance happen? It's actually becoming even more challenging. While you have more time at home, you're also on call, depending on how your organization treats you. You may be on call 24/7, which then creates its own stress. Then it's also because creative organizations, there's a dynamic to working in teams. Creative work is not often solo work. In fact, it's teamwork. And there is a challenge of how do you effectively work in teams when everybody is remote. Then very pragmatic questions of who shoulders the online access costs. Do companies need to subsidize this, especially for very high data costs of creative work? Then socialization and serendipity. So this is something that Charles Day was talking about, where there is a dimension to creative work where it's in the lunchtime jokes and it is discovering, oh, you're working on that, I'm working on that too, or maybe you can do this, etc. That actually leads to a greater dynamic of creativity. And without that, with the nature of work today, that's very difficult. Another key point is that kinetic creativity. What do I mean by this? Not all creativity can be done on a keyboard or can be done with a mouse. That there's a lot of creativity where you actually need to physically move or physically manipulate objects, and also do that in groups. So there is that gap that online working cannot really answer for that type of demand. And then finally, you have the sources of inspiration. You know, of course, you can surf anything online, but sometimes it is really in attending, for example, concerts or watching things live, etc., or in person, that a lot of inspiration comes from. So when we lose the immersive touch with reality, are we losing a significant source of inspiration? Then, another area also is the watch outs. The things that we need to be concerned with are things that have to do, for example, with boundaries and psychological safety between workers and their bosses. On the one hand, also there's worker privacy, because when you're working from home online, what happens is that your boss sees everything that you're doing. And there is a privacy, for some, that there is a privacy concern. And on the other hand, there is also concern also on work security, on the content security from the side of the organizations. And then we're also, because of the downsizing, there's a lot more creative freelancers in the market today. And of course, there is a natural tendency when you have an oversupply of anything, including creative work, there's a tendency for people to negotiate down the price, for that. So that this commoditize creative work, and then so on. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing my screen on that last slide. Finally, in terms of demand disruption, that there are also these changes that affect the market. So this one I've already covered quite extensively. That there will likely still be continued restriction and prohibition on public performances and public events. and tourism and travel will take time before it comes back. And even if restrictions are relaxed, there's some time before the market will have confidence in going into these events. The opportunities, of course, are digital transformation. So we're seeing this of a move towards streaming for movies. Netflix has grown exponentially during these times. Theater plays and concerts, both pre-recorded and live, are going online now also. Virtual tourism efforts are being done. And then, of course, in the education side, online learning, TV-based classes, digital textbooks, and ebooks. The critical gap, though, here is on the one hand, and then like Top, I share a love for the theater. And the one thing that digital cannot replace is the immersive nature of theater. You're there. And there's also a co-creation aspect. When the audience claps or cries, etc., the actors actually adjust. So the theater show that you're seeing is actually co-created. And then also very similar in tourism. Yes, you can do a virtual tour, but then you can't say, I was there. And that's different, and that's where a lot of the inspiring things come from in terms of discovering the things that you just cannot see in a tourism brochure. And then finally, with books, the challenge with books, similar to other sectors, is while you can digitize content, can they make money from the digitization of content? People generally, we talked about this with recorded media, but people have no problem paying 200, 300 pesos for a paperback. But if you make that content available as a very easy to share PDF file, it's really good luck that people would actually buy it. So it's a challenge for that sector as well. And then in terms of threats, really, for some of these sectors, the biggest threat that I see is that there could be a diminished value perception when things are delivered online. So again, I go back to the example of theater plays. Yes, you can record it and show it on YouTube or Netflix, etc. But it's not the same, and it's competing with movies, etc., that have a tremendous special effect value there. And theater, when you're not there live, and you deliver it on digital, it loses a tremendous amount of its perceived value. And I've already spoken about books and also tourism experiences. Piracy was already well covered by Congressman Tok. So, but I think the challenge is that while some sectors have been used to dealing with piracy for a long time, there are now these other sectors that need to go online but don't have much experience in terms of protecting themselves from piracy. So these are the things that are, let's say, affecting the landscape. So if you then take a look at this, what could then be, let's say, areas of moving forward, or how do you adjust to this situation? So just to put it very simplistically in a chart, if you happen to be in the lower left-hand corner, that in fact for these, that there may be the mindset of the business leaders and the organization leaders here is that there could be an opportunity to grow. So one of the people who used to who was a project manager for CECP now works with Kumu, and then they are amazed at the growth that they are experiencing now in their content platform in a very short period of time. And you cannot discount the impact of the pandemic on their growth. And I mentioned already Netflix, which was already growing, but has grown even further because of the current pandemic. For the second tier of sectors, it's really much more about really taking a look at the operational side of the business and your ability to deliver to meet the demand that is there. So if the demand is not there, you need to find a way to stimulate it. But if the demand is there, how do you optimize your operations and your costs to be able to meet those demands? The final one is the most difficult, because if you are in this red zone, where the demand has collapsed and your ability to supply is also very challenged, then the challenge here really is you have to redefine your value proposition. What is your creative industry about? So is it about reinventing what your content really is, finding alternative markets and customer models, finding different business and revenue sources? So I'll just end it with this. I take this from Alex Osterwalder's business model canvas. So it's like a design layout for a business, and there are really two parts to this map. On the one part on the left is really what we need to do to supply the market. And if you are in a situation where your business is restricted in terms of being able to supply your creative work, then it's really about the angle of innovation for the business really is about adapting and adjusting your sourcing, operations, your partnerships, cost management, and even your profit expectations. But your demand is there, so it's just about how do you meet it in the current restricted environment. And then if you're on the other side though, where it's the demand that is disrupted, then it's really about redefining what you are all about, redefining and reinventing. So to get into a very small personal story, my son is in a theater program, and their thesis group is about how do you do theater live as an experience in a studio, but to a live audience, but using also multiple multiple cameras or live streaming cell phones, so that each person watching has a choice of how they view the story. So it's things like that they're beginning to take a look at. So then that adds value in a different way. Looking at different strategic segments for your customers, reinventing your value proposition, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a lot of work, but it's really much more on what is your core business about and how do you deliver that in a different way. So this may sound a little bit, heavy because I wanted to really situate it in the reality of the crisis that we are all facing. But let me end with just one inspiring story, and this is the one that I really look to the most. That back in 1997, when the Asian financial crisis hit, South Korea was actually one of the countries that was very badly affected because their economy was dependent on cheap copycat manufacturing by the big chaebols. Now, when the 1997 financial crisis hit, their president said, we need to not just bounce back the old model, we need to reinvent our economy. And they chose two angles. They chose innovation and they chose content. And content is essentially what you see now, but it was really a very purposive and well orchestrated plan to be able to create content and develop the markets one by one. They didn't go to the world immediately. They went to market by market. How do we create a Korean following, a cult following, a wave, etc. And well, the rest of it is history now because they are phenomenal in terms of making Korean culture, in fact, a very iconic world culture. So perhaps this is something that the Philippines and Filipino creatives can learn from, that in a moment of crisis, to borrow from the Chinese two characters for crisis, which is Wei Xin. So it is both danger and opportunity. That when we take a look at reviving our creative industries, perhaps we could also take a look at opportunities for us to grow and move forward. So thank you very much.
That was a real eye-opener. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for providing us a picture of how the creative industry sector was disrupted and sharing your expertise with us. At this point, we will now hear from our group of panelists who will share their perspectives on this topic. Let me introduce them one by one. First is Mr. Jonathan De Luzuriaga, the president of the Philippine Software Industry Association for the past 6 years. He has been an industry representative for more than a decade, leading the country's promotions and marketing efforts with successful inbound and outbound missions to Asia and other parts of the world. He also plays a pivotal role in the ICT development in the countryside and successfully established the makings of the Silicon Valley of the Philippines, Spring Valley in the Visayas, where he serves as the CEO. Second is Mr. Juan Miguel del Rosario, the president of the Animation Council of the Philippines. He leads the association in its shared vision of boosting the local animation industry by promoting and encouraging the creation of original content that is of world class quality with a distinct Filipino identity. Mr. Del Rosario is also the president and CEO of the Morph Animation Incorporated, or Toon City, one of the longest existing animation studios in the Philippines, which has been serving clients like Disney TV, Warner Brothers, and Universal Studios. Third is Mr. Alvin Uban, the president and chairman of the Game Developers Association of the Philippines for a decade, while also a former board of trustee for the Animation Council and the Creative Services Industry Champion for the BOI. Professionally, he serves on the business team of Synergy 88 Digital to create works for AAA games as the first official Microsoft certified art provider for the country. First is Miss Maria Cristina Paterno. Fourth is Miss Maria Cristina Paterno, the president of the International Council on Monuments and Sites, a global NGO that serves as consultant to UNESCO on heritage and works for its preservation and protection in over 150 countries. An architectural conservator, her career includes projects in the New York, such as the United Nations Building Complex, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Apollo Theater, the Federal Reserve Bank, and the Aaron Davis Hall, which earned the Lucy G. Moses Award from the New York Landmarks Conservancy. Fifth is the director of the Design Center of the Philippines, Ms. Maria Rita Matute. With over 25 years of international experience and training, ED Rea has established a career committed to unleashing the power of design and catalyzing creative communities for positive change by spearheading programs that has been instrumental in transforming industries and have become international development templates, particularly in the areas of branding, design management, and the creative economy. Six is the Undersecretary Liza Dino, the chairperson and CEO of the Film Development Council of the Philippines, the agency in charge of developing programs to develop the local film industry and promote it for global collaboration and growth. As chairperson and CEO, she promotes the country's first export services, creates more opportunities for Philippine cinema to be exposed to the world, and develops policies for the growth of the film and audiovisual industry. Seventh is Ms. Marichu Teliano, the Deputy Executive Director of the National Commission for Culture and Arts. She has been instrumental in a lot of structural reforms in the Commission and has played an active role in the formulation of the Philippine Cultural Statistics Framework, the development of the Philippine Cultural Education Plan, and the crafting of the Philippine Development Plan for Culture and Arts. Currently, she leads the agency's initiatives to mitigate the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to our arts and culture sector, which includes the formulation of the NCCA's Cultural Response and Resiliency Plan and the National Values Formation Program as part of the program strategy under the We Recover as One. And to facilitate the discussion and open forum, please welcome our moderator, who is a member of the Philippine Bar with expertise in trade and technology law, an experienced lawyer and advocate for innovation policies. She specializes in enterprise investment and innovation law after many years of offering legal and business solutions to domestic and foreign corporations and SMEs. Please welcome attorney Christine Alcantara.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Lauren, and good afternoon to all of you viewers in Zoom webinars, Facebook, and YouTube. So I hope you're all having a pleasant afternoon. So from now, we'll be hearing from each of our very good and well-assembled panelists, one after the other. After everyone has had their chance to speak, we will then proceed to the discussion in the open forum. Before we begin with our first panelist, I just wish to remind everyone and our audience that in preparation for the open forum, you can submit questions from our speaker, Mr. Paulo Mercado, and our panelists through the platform you are viewing in the conference, either in Zoom or in Facebook or in YouTube, and then we'll be collating and then giving them to the speakers later. Please remember to identify yourself, your affiliation, and to whom you are directing your question. These will be collated by the organizing team, and we'll do our best to accommodate all the questions submitted. So now, without further ado, I'll turn over the floor to the president of the Philippine Software Industry Association, Mr. Jonathan De Lizuriaga. You have the floor, Jonathan.
Thank you, attorney. I'm glad that you did it according to age, from youngest to oldest. So let me just give a very, very brief description of the software industry. Some people might be wondering, what's the software guy doing here? And I think Congressman Toff's introduction, as well as Paolo's presentation a while ago, more or less hinted on the fact that the creative industry is more or less going hand in hand with with innovation and technology. So first, I just like to go through PSIA's vision, which is to drive the Philippine software services and products industry to attain and sustain global leadership in market share, mind share, and innovation. And apparently, we have a varied list of offerings across different domain expertise, such as banking and finance, insurance, government. From an industry association standpoint, the PSIA is actually the oldest IT BPM industry under the banner association of IBPAP. So we've been around for 32 years. We've had our glory days during some sort of a pandemic in the past as well, and that was during the Y2K scare. So that was when we decided to bond together as software companies in order for us to plot the trajectory and the growth of the software industry in general. So what goes on behind the scenes, and what's our purpose for being here in this panel in the first place? If you look at what's happening when software is created, the third step, which is not in any order, by the way, is actually the creative aspect of this. In fact, more and more now, there's a lot of emphasis that is being given to what is called UI and UX. And when we talk about the creative or the UI and UX aspect of software, usually it involves the process in which a consumer or a customer goes through a particular software product. And that's probably one of the reasons why it is imperative for us as an industry to embrace the creative sector as well, because a huge chunk of the attention is now being driven towards that part of the software development. Restricted movement to the pandemic has not stopped the industry, as Paulo has mentioned a while ago. In fact, there's some renewed vibrancy in terms of several aspects of software development, especially in terms of e-commerce, logistics. So all retailers that once used to be offline are now scrambling to go online, and that has provided a lot of opportunities for the Philippine software industry. The digital journey continues, definitely. And I think with what we've done in the past, and this is quite ironic because even listening to the previous panel discuss a lot of things, they were still into a lot of job creation. And Kong Tok also pointed out, Lazada, Shopee has seen tremendous growth because of the opportunities presented by the pandemic. And one of the things that we really have to work on, hand in hand with the creative sector here in the Philippines, is creating our own content. And in software parlance, then we have to create our own platforms. Our great differentiator moving forward for the software sector is really the marriage between technology and the creative side. We are number 2 to India, but it's a very, very far number 2, to the point wherein we created close to about $3 billion end of 2019 for software services alone, wherein India on the same period more or less created about $35 billion. So in as much as we enjoy the number 2 pole position, it's almost apples to oranges when it comes to comparison. And the great differentiator for the software segment here in the Philippines is to leverage the natural creative ability of the Filipinos. Again, I promise you it's going to be brief, and I hope that puts a lot of context why the software guy is actually joining a creative panel. Thank you very much, Attorney.
Thanks, Jonathan. That was actually pretty enlightening. So at least it gives a bit of context why software development actually has a creative component. So with that, I turn now over and introduce our next panelist, the President of the Animation Council of the Philippines, Mr. Miguel Del Rosario. Miguel, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, that really was a surprise that Jonathan took that quick to present. Anyway, I just want to give a snippet of the animation industry. Next slide, please. We can go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay, so in essence, animation in the Philippines has been here for about 40 years now. And we'd like to say that we have been making fun, but serious fun, for over 40 years. In the green bar over there, it started in the 80s, wherein we were purely service oriented. And how that really happened was that a lot of, I guess, Americans and Canadians came over here wanting to produce content, animated content, at a more reasonable rate compared to the United States. So they came to the Philippines and they realized that we have a lot of potential other than just our ability to speak and communicate very well in English. We also understand their sense of humor. So therefore, that really started a trend of service studios here in the Philippines. In the 90s, we started going into original content. Of course, still on with our service, because service provided a few thousand people in employment. Okay, so with that, we also started our original content, but primarily servicing to the local market. If you will see the left side bottom of your screen, Adarna is one of the few local contents that was made then. And then in the early 2000s, we had Urduha and Dayo. For whatever it's meant, they were mostly for local consumption. However, in about 2010, if you could look at see the yellow bar over there, when we said service plus original content, and then we started catering to international distribution. 2010, we had our first 3D full-length feature RPG, Metanoia, which was actually very well done. ABS-CBN was a co-producer for this, except that it did not take off. I think for some reason, maybe the context of the story and the film itself was too local, that it could not be translated for the international audience. But moving on to 2016 up to 2019, we have two major creations, IP creation. One is Saving Sally by Avid Yonggoren, and then the other one is Barangay 143. The beauty about this, well, let's go to the next slide, please. Go ahead, next slide, please. Okay, the beauty about this is that both movies, Saving Sally and Barangay 143, are award winners. The contrast, though, is that Saving Sally was made by a relatively modest studio, a relatively modest outfit in Avid, and then 143 it's a huge studio. This was co-produced with Asahi TV, and I believe Malaysian, Singaporean investors were part of this also. So both of which, though, I'm proud to say, are now on Netflix, including the third one on the right, which is Hayop Ka, again created by Avid Yonggoren. So that alone is a testament of Filipino capability. While Barangay 143 talks about a typical barangay, which is Barangay 143 in Manila, it sort of like revolves around basketball, but that's not the whole gist of it. It's about the togetherness in the modest, I guess, municipalities or barangays in the Philippines. And then the two others, which is made by Avi Longgoren, the other one, Hayop Ka, is more for adult, but as an all-star cast of for audio, which is also now in Netflix, and I think it's reasonable to say that it will also be raking in some awards in the future. Next slide, please. So as far as the Animation Council is concerned, we have a major event, annual major event called Animagenacion, which will be our 14th this year. This is open to both students, amateurs, and professional animators, essentially content developers, wherein we showcase the different kinds of content developed by both professionals and amateurs. And of course, we give them awards. And this is in this case, it will be a 3-day conference wherein we have master classes from different professionals, both here and abroad. And then to the right is Animation Fusion. This is also an event that we are doing. This is the third, I think we've had 3 Animation Fusions this year. And these are master classes from different, I guess, disciplines. One is, it could be storytelling, it could be character design, and it could be different kinds of discipline within the animation space. And then the other one is Icon Manila, which really started in 2007. Well, anyway, 2013, when Yolanda hit, okay? This was initially a charity project headed by Arman Serrano, one of the illustrious Phil-Am animators based in the United States. He brought in several, I think 6 key personalities in animation from Hollywood to do master classes here. It was so well attended that we are now on its 7th year of Icon Manila. The last one was in August. We had it over 2 weekends, so 4 days altogether, where we had 20 resource speakers touching on different subject matters. We're very proud that we were able to muster about 900 viewers in Zoom for these 4 days, and it has been very, very successful. Animation Fusion also garnered about 100 to 200 participants. Next slide, please. Okay, as I mentioned, Arman Serrano. These are 2 Filipino-American rock stars that are willing to help the Philippines. We had a chance to introduce them to a select member of Congress, to listen to them. And these are very influential, award-winning personalities in animation in the United States. Bobby Pontillas was involved in Frozen and One Small Step. Arman Serrano, Zootopia, and Big Hero 6. These are huge titles, by the way. And these are very accomplished individuals who are willing to help and share their talents and upgrading the skills of Filipino content developers. Next slide. I would just want to show you a brief demo reel just to prove the capacity of the Filipino artists. And this is a combination of different clips from different studios, and they cater both to local and international audiences or markets. And some of them are made for gaming, some for entertainment, some for advertising. Okay, go ahead, please. I mean, thank you. Well, that showed the different capabilities of the Filipino artists. I just want to zoom in to the Toon City demo reel just to show you how the Filipino artist is able to communicate emotions. Okay, some of them you've seen already in the previous clip, but yeah, go ahead, let's play. Oops. Sorry. Yeah.
Destroy the internet! Because... Oh my god!
You want seconds on those cupcakes?
What the?
Stardust Daisy Devastation!
Woohoo! Happy back in town!
Why did I leave the house today? Get it? Got it!
Listen to me, God!
Never listen to what I say!
Wait, we have a very serious...
Is without a floor or ceiling. What's that feeling?
Well, essentially that's it. I just wanted to show you all 100% Filipino made. So we're extremely proud of this, and this is something that is an aspiration for me personally, that this industry grows, because it's a proof that we can really make it out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. That was a very interesting presentation. And I think most of us saw a lot of our childhood favorites or even current favorites in that. And we do know that creative content, especially now, is really what helps us get through the pandemic. And speaking of getting through the pandemic, here's another for our next panelist. This is actually also very important. One of the content that we consume so much during the quarantine. So without further ado, I turn over the floor to our next panelist from the president of the Game Developers Association of the Philippines, Mr. Alvin Huban. Alvin, you have the floor.
Hi. So I'll make it short. It's been a long afternoon for most of us. Let me share my screen. Okay, allow me to share my screen, please. Share screen. All right. Can you see this? I hope everyone can see this. Okay. Oops. I have to jump now to my presentation. Hold on. All right. All right. I'll breeze through my slides as best possible. Okay. Oops. Oh my goodness. How do you play this? Hold on, hold on. Oops. Okay. So, game development has been around for quite a while, but not as long as software, not as long as animation. So here's a brief history and the goals that come with it. So my name is Alvin Huban, and proudly I've been able to work with various teams from the DTI all the way since 2012. A big part actually of my professional career, in terms of my work with Synergy 88 Digital, I attribute a lot of that to my work with the DTI. And when I say my work, that means association's work. So on one side, you see some of the top titles that I've been able to work on. The video that you just saw was from Gears 5. So it's a game on Xbox. And I wanted to show you is the highest level of 3D work that you can possibly do. Obviously, being highest and most difficult, it also pays the best. Now, between Jonathan, Miguel, and I, we've decided to divide the Philippines because in game development, you need three main things. You need the software side to make the game run. So I've not let, but our agreement that I will leave it to JDL and PSIA to help fix what is wrong with our software development education. Now, what Miguel showed you, all the movies that he has made, it's predominantly 2D, two-dimensional art. Now, we need that as well for our games, and our agreement is he's going to push all the 2D efforts through ACPI, while our association, which is obviously we don't have much resources in the world, but whatever we have decided to invest the next few years in 3D. And that's what you've seen. Now, proudly, that scene on YouTube I played to you, everything there was made by Filipinos. Let me be clear. That was the training ground scene. And most of those people that built that scene was from my team. Oops, what happened? Wait, I need to control because I edited my slides. Please release the slides. Our agreement was I would control. Okay. Let's stand by our agreement. So, why are we in gaming? We believe it's the most lucrative. There's a lot of money in gaming, especially as mentioned by Attorney during the lockdown. Games, well, the top 100 games in the world, they grew in sales by anywhere from 30 to 60%. Now compare gaming, which is supposed to be, pre-COVID, it is supposed to be like 145 to 159 billion dollars this year. You can compare it to movies, which is only 42 billion, and music, 20 billion. Now, games, the first game studio started in 2001. It was alone for many, many, many years before others. I think 6 other small companies came together and formed GDAP in 2007. Fortunately, we got a lot of credibility, let's say, when IBPAP recognized our efforts and placed us under the membership of IBPAP. So we started to walk and ride on the shoulders of giants, all the big boys in the IT industry. So just like Miguel, most of our clients are definitely from the West. Now, the way I am and the way most of you are in our generation, the older generation, we got our bravado from Marvel, we got our dreams from Disney, and our English is from Sesame Street. So Miguel said, he reflected on it, that we get their humor. It works as well in game development. So Now, just like Miguel, we are predominantly a service culture. Although there's a very, very big push in original IP, it's just pushing. No one's really investing, especially locally. There have been a few investors, but they are very few and far in between. But yet, that is our big dream. Now, I love what I do. I've been able to work with really big games. I've been really learned a lot. My team has learned a lot over the last decade, and I believe I surely believe that there's so much more work to be done in the service industry for games. There's so much work. It's just sad that so few qualify. Okay, but in terms of numbers, the biggest number of employees in the game industry is actually in the game support or the testing business. But since we're talking about creatives, we'll just stick to original IP and outsource. Predominantly, it's art. Now, we do outsource some programming, but not the high level programming. So JDL has a lot of work to do. So this is just a brief timeline from 2001. And I mentioned earlier that, by 2013, partnered with POI, we were able to have a great show in Vancouver, Canada, in the biggest, newest outsourcing event. And there I met my client. We are the first Microsoft certified studio in the world. And Synergy 88 is fully Filipino owned. We are very, very proud of that. And within a year, we were able to be certified and we started working with Microsoft. The studio is called The Coalition. So I've been working with them for 6 straight years. And during those years, we have slowly grown the team. Strength upon strength, we grow. This is something I want other companies to have. This is what dreams are made of. You've seen the video. Don't you want to be part of that? If you are really a highly creative and technical person. Now, below, in 2014, I noted that Synergy 88 was there. That's when we started. But I said earlier, I credit a lot of that success of just meeting Microsoft with BOI. And when we got the account and the world found out about it, please look. Other companies started to come in the Philippines. Gumi from Japan. And then later on, just a couple of years later, Ubisoft Manila. Ubisoft is one of the biggest game studios in the world, and they have created a full game dev studio together with DLSU in the south. Then Keywords, which is a worldwide giant, they're also here. And those 6 dots, those represent many other companies. They just couldn't fit here. So I'd like to give that credit. That was the push that these few companies needed to tell the world, yes, the Filipino has this kind of talent. And that's why we want to bet on this kind of talent. We need to breed and farm more of this talent because not only can it be used for games, it can be used for a whole other set of things, anywhere from architecture, VR, AR, just so much. So these are short data. Obviously, as Attorney said, we play a lot of games, but sadly, although we play a lot of games, we don't really spend a lot of games. That's good. We understand games. Anyone you speak to can understand video games. But let me know that we are non-pogo. Okay, so we do not do any gambling solutions. We stick with what the young boys play. So there are around 43 million gamers in the Philippines. That's good news. And we also have schools. We've been teaching game design and development for 10 years. So we have this link to continue to improve game development education from a decade back and to the many decades that will come. We have a course. We made this. We maintain this. We support this. That's why we believe we have so much hope for this industry. Now, besides that 4-year baccalaureate degree, we're betting everything on this one. It is an industry certified program. It's a certification program, and we worked on it with the CG Art Society of Japan. So these are Japanese standards that we're learning. It comes with a book, comes with lessons. We had teachers trained last year in Japan. We had to have them certified. Now they're back here. They're going to train the rest of the country, not all together, but piece by piece and part by part. Um, the DTI is supporting that as well. We are already on day 4. We have this upskilling program for game artists for the CG Creator certification. So after the training, which is rather expensive if you look at it, we received a lot of DTI support for this, but we did not give the training for free. After 10 years of creating programs, we've realized in GDAP that usually free is not appreciated by a lot of our people. So they had to pay. And yes, we have a full roster to have to move 2 steps forward. We decided to move 1 step back because the CG Creator certification program is actually a comprehensive exam. It's not practical. I mean, we won't make you do spheres and squares. We will test your understanding of what computer graphics art is. We want to make strong foundations. So there we are. We are making this loan bet for the next few years to come. Thank you for the DTI for always believing in us. So again, I'm Alvin Huban, the president of the Game Developers Association of the Philippines. Thank you.
Thanks, Alvin. I was actually about to cue in the Oscar music for your presentation, but it was very spirited. It's good to know that I hope a lot of our viewers or those watching in Facebook and YouTube and Zoom will be inclined to go into the animation the game developers industry.
Yeah.
So actually, it's quite interesting now we've gone from software development to animation to game developers, but a big part of the creative economy is also centered on our cultural or our cultural heritage. So without further ado, I give the floor to the president of ICOMOS for our monuments and our other cultural heritage. Sorry. So I give the floor to Ms. Tina Paterno. Ms. Tina, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. My name is Tina Paterno. I am the president of the International Council on Monuments and Sites. And our mission is very simple: to preserve and protect our heritage places. Let me start the slideshow. So can you see? Let me turn this off. There. Am I good? Here, let me just.
Yes, you can see. Thank you.
Okay. So, so thank you to the DTI for having me. I was surprised, happily, that a heritage group like ours was considered for a creative industries talk. I think because the link between heritage and creative industries hasn't really been explored, but it should be. Because both can be complementary. And in the end, it's today's creative industries that are going to produce the heritage of tomorrow. So in some parts of the world, it's in heritage buildings or districts where creative industries choose to settle. Industry clusters form within heritage districts. And if we're to explore that potential, we have to begin with preserving and protecting our built heritage. And that's what I'll talk about this afternoon. So let's look at one place that has successfully shown the relationship of creative industries and heritage. In New York, creative industries are a rapidly growing and vital component of their economy, and jobs in those industries are disproportionately found in historic districts. So both enrich and enhance the urban identity. Sometimes this attraction happens organically, sometimes through government initiative. If you look at this slide by Wozak, you start with urban plight, sometimes in a historic district. And if it's initiated by the government, they create city policies, or artists just flock to that area. Think of neighborhoods like, for example, Brooklyn, no? And whether by public investment or private investment, real estate guys coming in, taking notice, lead to rising land values. So in both situations, whether by tourism or by retail and entertainment, you have anchors that lead to rising land values. some sobering statistics. Now, what do we have by way of historic districts? According to the Philippine Registry of Cultural Properties, we have only 19 left in the Philippines. Or that's not to say that this is real. Maybe there are other historic districts that haven't been listed. But these are, in the last 8 years, these are the percentages of historic buildings that have been lost in the boroughs of the extramuros, outside of Intramuros. Santa Ana, in the last 8 years, 16%. Sampaloc, 15%. Santa Cruz, 13%. San Nicolas, 11%. This is in the last 8 years. And perhaps the most sobering statistic, we don't really have this data, no? But from 1985 to 2008 in San Nicolas, there were 101 houses demolished. That's 64% of the housing, of the heritage houses. And in Binondo, 45%. If anyone misses this house, it's now in Las Casas de Acusar. And that's a lot. These areas had the building stock as complete as Vigan, or even more, just in the 80s alone. But now they're lost. So it begins with a registry, no? A listing of all our cultural sites, because we can't protect what we don't know we have. Following the RA 10066, the NCCA initiated the Philippine Registry of Cultural Properties, which is a combination of heritage lists from all the LGUs. So this map is for 2018, and note that the vast majority of areas of the country have less than 200 sites listed. So this means that maybe the LGUs, 64% of the LGUs are unaware of whether they do have heritage in their backyard, or maybe are ambivalent or don't know how to fill out that form. But regardless, we do not have that data and it's not listed, no? When we studied, incidentally, when we studied successful LGUs that had a strong preservation component, it was backed by an active heritage and arts or creative council that provided expertise and pushes the heritage agenda forward through the various mayoral terms. Because in the end, heritage is a long game, and it's got to go through several mayoral terms. So where are the gaps? Well, the PDP, the Philippine Development Plan, has already cited these gaps. And if we're to do any meaningful work, really, it has to start with data, baseline data. So let me just run through this. There's no coordinating body with regional presence. Regional presence to promote cultural development and address concerns at the subnational levels. Efforts to create a cultural database are constrained by lack of cultural experts. The current governance framework for cultural development has been inadequate in discussing the concerns of the sector. Channels of learning about our history, culture, and values have not been effective. Among national, regional, and local governments, development and modernity are often the priority, and there are conflicting provisions in certain laws that compromise the implementation of cultural initiatives. So the PDP has cited them all. And so now, what can the government do during the pandemic? Well, what happened during the pandemic? Well, there was a drop in tourism, as Paolo had mentioned. And if we were to go by Paolo's scale, we would be very, very red on that happiness scale. So very sad. There was withdrawal of funding from heritage agencies for the conservation and maintenance work. So when we get back to our feet, there will be a lot more deteriorated buildings that were left unaddressed from this period. While some natural sites have thrived, especially the ones who were suffering from over-tourism, they bounced back. Sites have noted that just within a month, they've noticed their natural sites bouncing back. But because security has also been withdrawn from these sites, there's also a higher incidence of poaching and illegal logging. So what can the government do during this pandemic? I think there's been a lot of talk about overhauling parts of the system, amending the heritage law, adding a law. And I think that before any major interventions are introduced, we really need a thorough assessment. Take this, for example, we looked at the funding from 1970 to 2018 and where it went. Bulk of our funding goes to religious sites. So we love our churches and they receive 42% of the funding. Sorry. Government buildings, 29%, archaeological sites, 6%, historical houses, 8%, monument shrines, 15%. Now, is this an accurate representation of where the money is supposed to go? We don't know. We don't know how these decisions are made, and so now is a good time to start building this database, looking at facts. And while we all want data-based research and data-driven policies, we just don't have that data. And if we take this mandatory pause from the pandemic to sit down and build this infrastructure, analyze the data, create a GIS system, overlay it with hazard and risks, spending, typology, all these things, and get a good grasp. And this could provide many jobs to researchers right now. So what does this look like? Begin with assessment of the entire infrastructure, kind of like what McKinsey or management consulting firms do for businesses. A thorough and holistic assessment of all the aspects: legislation, decision-making, funding mechanisms, capacity building, preservation standards. Identify where the gaps are, understand what's working and why, and how to remedy this, what to prioritize to produce an efficient, effective, and reliable heritage system. Also, the government is the largest single owner of heritage sites, so that's one place to start. And we hope they'll integrate them in development plans, not as sort of an accommodating nod to nostalgia, but as adaptively and creatively reused to serve current needs. How can digital technology help? Let me share something. It's the architects actually now who report when they're working on heritage sites. They report that they're really glad they've been able to document the sites so that work can proceed unimpeded. These are CAD drawings, and usually that's enough. But sometimes something like this does come in handy. This is a scan, a laser scan, and photogrammetry. Photogrammetry is many scaled photographs overlaid into to a 3D model that is as accurate as a drawing. And so this comes in really handy when you're not able to go on site. And how can we collaborate with creative industries? One is for them to communicate and interpret the importance of a site so that it's relevant to visitors. When people like us do it, it's not quite as engaging. And it's the creative industries that often make what we do accessible. How can creative industries help us? Well, to help mainstream heritage places and intangible heritage where they're part of the narratives. And we hope they're not portrayed as a piece of nostalgia, a part of the past that's distinct and discontinued from today, but integrated as a part of how we live and work and play. Another way digital technology can help is in education. Let me go back here. is in education. And here a shout out to local culture and education. This was a tour in San Sebastian Basilica after we showed them a close up of a digital model, details of the ceiling. So, with all the bolts and the rivets and the decorative paint. And this is the moment that they looked up and actually made sense of what they saw. So, you'll see what you know, but you can't value and protect what you don't know. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. That was very enlightening. And indeed, just one structure could have so many creatives working on it. The sheer building it, the design, and well, we were once called the Paris of the East, and hopefully, with this kind of policies, we could actually lay claim to that fame again. So, with that, I'll turn you over to our next panelist, the Executive Director of the Design Center of the Philippines. So, without further ado, I turn over the floor to Executive Director Rhea Matute. Rhea, you have the floor.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Christine. It's an honor to be part of a. Sorry, it's okay. It's an honor to be part of a distinguished panel this afternoon, Paolo. That was quite a lot to unpack, and indeed, we're all living through very difficult times, not just for the creative industries, but the country and the world as well. So I would like to share 3 points that I feel are critical as we try to secure more stable ground for our creatives, our businesses, and our stakeholders. 3 things that I believe Design Center of the Philippines can contribute to this afternoon's discourse. Next slide, please. Okay. Point 1, how are you using design in your business? Okay. Next slide. Okay. This is the Danish Design Ladder, or the stages of design. It illustrates how design is used by professionals, businesses, and yes, even government. This particular diagram is taken from an article at Medium and has an extended version of the traditional Danish design ladder, extended via stages 5 and 6. And these 2 stages become even more critical as we navigate the world post-pandemic, or the era of the Great Reset. So when you look at this diagram, majority of people, businesses, organizations, and even public bodies equate design primarily with stage 2, where design is valued for its ability to deliver on aesthetics, styling, or form giving, where design is employed primarily to make things more beautiful. But now more than ever, we need to unleash the full power of design. To quote Rahm Emanuel, the chief of staff of President Obama, when they came into office in the middle of the financial crisis in 2009, I quote, "You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that is an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before," unquote. So this is the time to take that leap, to go beyond the conventional use of design, say, to go to stage 3, use of design as process, where design is taken from the point of view of problem solving, digging deeper into the problem and using design to offer solutions to customers' needs or to the buyer's needs. In this stage is also where human-centered design or design thinking is most critical. Stage 3 takes your relationship with your customers deeper because you're able to come up with creative ways to solve your customers' intrinsic needs. And in our condition today, there are a lot of problems waiting to be solved. And when you are able to do this, you will be remembered and you build customer loyalty. And in this age of low consumer confidence, customer loyalty is gold. But why not also operate in stage 4, where you use design as strategy? This is the stage where you use design to rethink the business concept completely or in part. Paolo touched on this in his presentation. And this is what a number of businesses are doing now, looking to pivot temporarily or permanently supply side, or demand side. And a design mindset can help you better and smoothly pivot. How? The world is plagued by problems. Businesses, creatives are dealing with lots of challenges. And this leads to fatigue, anxiety, helplessness, and even business paralysis. Design can be the antidote. Through design, and I'm not just talking about design in the usual aesthetic side, but design that delivers and creates value. It provides creatives and professionals who are able to harness the power of design thinking to allow businesses to adapt by embracing innovation and critical thinking to help redefine the business and do the reset. But it is also becoming quite apparent that these disruptions are becoming more frequent and the norm. How can you soften the impact of all these disruptions to your business? This is the area of stage 6. Use design to build and harness great company culture. A great culture founded on design can handle ambiguity and uncertainty, key for survival in our post-COVID world. Next slide, please. So this leads me to point 2. The post-COVID companies are platforms and culture is their operating system. How do you design great culture? Digital tools do not make great culture. Great people make great culture. What does that mean? At this point, I would like to talk about an initiative we did at Design Center of the Philippines last year called Digital Artisans. Next slide, please. Working with select regional inclusive innovation centers or the RIICs, the goal of Digital Artisan is more than just skills building program, but it is really about a learning philosophy to develop humanics or the expert orchestration of technical ability, data discipline, and human discipline. Through our Digital Artisans program, we created a space where designers and multidisciplinary creatives can get introduced to the tools and machines of the fourth industrial revolution, understanding how these machines work and exploiting it to master them. This is harnessing the technical ability. With technical ability, we also introduce data discipline, learning how to navigate the information that's generated by the machines, reading, analyzing, and using data to make decisions. And the last pillar of humanics, and which for me is the most critical, is human discipline. What we humans can do that machines, at least for the foreseeable future, cannot emulate. These are creativity, cultural agility, empathy, and ability to take information from one context and apply it to another. But just like the other two, this needs practice. This needs to be nurtured and honed. And this is why we undertook Digital Artisans. We took our first step in nurturing humanics. Why is humanics important? Digital tools and data are neutral. When the whole world uses the same digital tools and have access to the same data, what will set you apart, what will set your company apart, is your ability to use your complete toolbox uniquely. So the real challenge in humanics is, next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to quote a challenge set by Indy Johar of Dark Matter Laboratories in London. Have you unlocked the full capacity of humans in your workplace before you start to unlock the capacity of artificial intelligence? And this leads me to point 3. Next slide, please. How do you lead through design to thrive in the future? Next slide. The future leader. The future leader is a sum of human insight plus agility plus AI augmented problem solving obstacles. What does this mean? Being the future leader demands your full embodiment of humanics. He, she, they become the chief culture officer. They use design to build and harness great culture. And because the future is not simply an upgrade on the present, but an invitation to design a new future. Next, next slide, please. So those are the 3 points I want to make in response to Paulo's presentation and underline the need to activate all stages of design. And as Design Center of the Philippines embark on our design mapping initiative and in 2021 craft the first national design policy, we hope that we are able to enable the Philippine design innovation ecosystem to harness the full power of design. And on behalf of Design Center, thank you for this opportunity to share with you our perspective on design and the creative industries.
Thank you, Ria. That was a very interesting presentation. It's the first time I've heard, and it's good that we are having a conversation and creating or involving design artisans. It's as you say now, aesthetic is also as important as the substance. So it's good that we're cultivating a culture of design thinking. So actually, before I move on to our next panelist, I'm encouraging everyone who's attending, if you have any questions or you have any insights that you'd want to share with our panelists, also if you have comments or you're a freelancer or you're someone in the creative economy who wants to learn more about how to monetize or how to create a proper ecosystem, please don't forget to type in your questions either in the Zoom question and answer box, in our Facebook page of DTI, and also in the YouTube channel. So we will be collating this, and eventually we'll shoot out the questions for the Q&A portion. All right. So with that, I think I'll hand you over. So we have a very, very good panel. So we started with digital software, and then we're going to gaming, and then we have animation, then cultural monuments and heritage sites. Now design thinking. We also have the Deputy Executive Director for the National Commission for the Culture and Arts. So we have someone also who'll talk about our heritage, not just in terms of monuments, but our stories or the clothes that we wear or those that have passed on from generation. So it is very interesting. Also, without further ado, I give the floor to Executive Director or Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Marichu Tellano. You have the floor, Ms. Marichu.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. You can see your presentation.
Okay. So it's really a very interesting afternoon, and it's wonderful to be a part of the discussion of this magnitude. The National Commission for Culture and the Arts is, can I go to the next slide, please? Is a government agency that is essentially mandated for the formulation of policies, the development of programs, implementation of the programs, and coordinate with both the public and the private stakeholders, focus on safeguarding, conservation, development, and the promotion of culture and the arts. And added to our task is the administration of what we call as the National Endowment Fund for Culture and the Arts, which essentially supports the programs that we do, assisting the different creatives and artists and scholars all over the country. I am showing or sharing this particular slide of the structure because one of the interesting component of the NCCA is the presence of what we call as the committees and the subcommission. So the agency is really one that houses a lot of artists and creators and creatives. Also, we have a lot of cultural heritage conservators, advocates, and scholars cultural educators, communicators, our uh, cultural bearers, and also those that are in the cultural communities and traditional arts. So if you look at the composition of the commission, we essentially have the whole range of culture and the arts in the country. And I guess that's really one of the challenging situation that we find ourselves in, because we are working in a paradigm following our mandate on protection, conservation, and promotion and education of culture and the arts, where most of our artists, our scholars, and our culture bearers does not look at so much the economic value of the work that they do, but essentially on the value, on the signification, leading to our elements of our identity as a people. So in the through the years that we had been doing our works, our programs, and our projects all over the country, it had always been focused on building capacities, incubating talents and expertise along the different areas of culture and the arts. Our programs are also in terms of supporting different promotion and education, partnering with educational institutions like DepEd, CHED, and TESDA in terms of bringing about awareness and appreciation of Philippine culture and the arts. So, but it does not necessarily mean that we are not interested in looking at the economic value and contribution of the arts. It's just that there is really that push and pull of what would be more essential in the work of the commission. But I guess the pandemic has brought in a new perspective in terms of looking at the economy as a way of sustaining the practice of the arts and continuing our tradition. No, so the two aspect of preserving, conserving, and also safeguarding would be it will be sustained. It will be in a sustainable framework, so that whatever we earn from here is also what would help push for the continuation of the practice of the arts, both in the contemporary and the traditional form. But we also have some small initiatives that brings us into engagement with creative economy. So in 2018, we were able to institutionalize the Philippine Cultural Statistics Framework, which actually provides for potentially the framework that defines the various domains that can be anchor of the areas of creative industry that can potentially be developed within the country. So doing a database is actually anchored on this cultural framework, cultural statistics framework. We also had conducted series of international conferences on cultural statistics and creative industries in an effort to heighten awareness of this particular skill of data gathering and an awareness of the value of creative industry into our own work and into our economy. We had provided certain funding for community-based mapping out of culture-based livelihood as our perspective of the creative industry spread in the different parts of the country. We had supported certain communities under the program School for Living Tradition, and wherein the products are being brought into the different trades, trade fairs, and both nationally and international level. These are small initiatives that we have done towards the creative industry. But now, I guess, after the pandemic, we are tightening an understanding of our sector of the creative economy That's why conversations are really going on. So this is really a journey of the commission with all our human resources in terms of our creatives within our sector, and into really engaging the full length of the scope of creative economy. So we are at that. Challenges are really on, especially at this time of the pandemic. But the experience of losing job, of not being able to support and continue the work, is really one that will push us into a new paradigm of looking at the value of contributing to the economy through the works and the services that we do at the commission. So thank you very much. This is just in capsule the things and the initiatives that we are doing at the commission.
Thanks, Ms. Marichu. It's actually very enlightening that the Commission is moving forward into developing programs to preserve our culture and heritage. Especially, I think a lot of parents or a lot of those who have children can attest. Not a lot of children now are aware of either or know or speak our language fully. And it's good that we have this transition that we're now highlighting our indigenous heritage. And indigenous heritage are our clothes or the way our speaking, and the oral tradition of songs also is something that the commission is looking into. So far, just to recap, we have had a very interesting panel of people who commented. So we started with an overview, and it's a really good to know that even prior to the pandemic or the lockdown, that it's a good sector to develop. So the creative economy is fast growing, not just in terms of consumption in the Philippines, but also trade and services. So we've seen how software development provides the back end of operations, not just on traditional businesses, but now even on transportation, logistics, and even for the creative economy. And to tandem that with the game development, so it's something that we hope to see much improvement in the future. Especially, I know that Alvin, maybe we could develop something for, are we in line also for PS5? So that's software or games for that will really be helpful also. And the fact that they're made in the Philippines is also good. So from there, we went to the monuments and how we can preserve heritage sites, particularly our beautiful churches and the buildings. And hopefully, not all of these houses remain just in a preservation state, but for future generations also to see, and for our children to see how we live. And mostly our houses are air conditioned or have been modern, but it's good to see how our grandparents have lived during the time. And then we went on to culture and heritage arts, and I think for our final panelist. I think it's also exciting that we have someone also for film development, and I think it's a combination of everything that we've discussed so far. So we all have the trifecta, or not just the trifecta, but the list of things that we consumed during the pandemic. So there's games, there's animation, and there's also software or things that we use for work from home. Okay, all right. So maybe before we proceed to our next panelist, I'll just start with if you have any questions, so we'll direct to the panel. And it's a chance also to have a chat with some of our panelists. And let me see. So far, for the people who've shot us questions. Okay, I see it's a good one from our stakeholders, so from our freelancers, from our creatives. This is the most asked question. We call it, in fact, the shout out na lang payment. So the question is, I guess we'll direct this to Paulo, if you're still here. And maybe anyone who wants to, from the panelists wants to answer, but maybe I'll direct this to Paolo. How can we educate people about the importance of creatives? Because Filipinos have this attitude on looking down at the arts dahil walang pera sa creatives, or, oh, don't do this drawing for me. I'll just give you a shout out without being paid. And in relation to that, how do we change attitudes by businesses since they tend to undervalue work by designers, especially those in freelance? So there comes the tatawaran ka, or we'll just give you publicity. So, Paolo, do you have any insights on that? So I'll turn over the floor. It's a good question actually. So it's shift also of the dynamic of everyone in the Philippines on how valuable. I mean, it's actually a good source of income in the Philippines.
Yes. Thanks for that. It's really two questions. The first one is the attitude of the Filipinos and how do you change that attitude na walang pera sa art. And the second one on, let's say, on working with clients. And I was a client for a very long time as well. So on the first question is to really say na, no, may pera sa art. You know, I mean, the key though is I think there needs to be first of all, a very clear appreciation and case making for artists and creatives who do make money, you know, and who don't only make, you know, money to be able to eke a living, but actually make a lot of money on this. I mean, you just take a look at all of the TV stars that are there. I mean, they make money. You know, they started somewhere, whether it's singing, dancing, etc. But again, those are let's say very superficial examples. So for me, what's important though is more than asking about or more than tackling that issue or is there money in art. The question should really be more about, if you are an artist, how do you make money as an artist? And also to understand, and I think this is where, let's say, the transition. There's an article that I'd love to send a link to. It was written by The Atlantic in the US. The title of the article is "The Death of the Artist and the Rise of the Creator." The word artist kasi has this image of you're in your ivory tower or your isolated studio and you create only from your soul and you pour your soul out and you don't care if it sells. And right now, actually, the world has moved from that image where actually artists and creators are sensitive to the markets that they cater to. And the more you understand your markets, the more you will be able to generate a following. So if you notice, for example, and I was talking before to the guys from Google, on YouTube especially, they don't call them YouTube artists, they call them YouTube creators. Because the difference between the artist and the creator, according to the Atlantic article, is that the artist tends to only focus on self-expression. And yeah, if people don't like your expression, they won't buy it. And if you insist on only your expression and not on understanding the market and the market trends, then yeah, you won't have buyers. But the creator, and that's what they point out, the creator has the artistic sensibility, but also understands what the market wants and is able to do this to serve that market and gain a following for that. Second question, that's a bit tougher. Well, essentially, I just like I just remember a quote just now. So if a client tells you, I can get somebody to do it cheaper, then the response should be, well, I can get a client who will pay me more. You know, I mean, fundamentally, don't accept it. And to the creatives out there, work on your craft so that it will be valued. You know, I think that's an important thing. And that's also where, sorry, and I may offend a few people here, but that's also where you not only go beyond artistry as self-expression, but creativity to serve a market. But once you know the market you're serving, then you have to strive for excellence. And you don't accept anything less than excellent work from yourself, and then people will know you. The difficulty is when you devalue your own work and you do a sloppy job, and then that's where the whole market actually suffers in value.
That's true. It's a very insightful answer, and mostly, eventually, actually, as I think maybe the next question will be for Rhea. I'd like to direct this now. It's our generation or the signs of the times point towards a good aesthetic. Sometimes you have good product, you have a base product, but if your aesthetic is not good, it doesn't translate into sales. Especially now in the pandemic, everything or your show window is Facebook or social media. You have to have a really good aesthetic. So if you're not willing to pay for budget for that, then you also lose out on the game. I'll direct this next question to Mr. Idia Rhea for Design Center. So, how do you think? What are the major challenges that inhibit or hinder the development of our creative industries, both digital based and traditional? And how do you think we can? What policies do we need to be able to address this? We don't. Well, we do have like design artisans, or we do, or where the design centers really doing their best to promote this. Is there a need to create like a national policy to put this at front and center also?
Well, I mean, like as Paulo touched on earlier, as well. I mean, like there is this perception, in terms of like services, that it's less valued as again something that is concrete. So that one becomes a little ethereal, I guess. That's what they, just being in a country as well that's been surrounded by services, and like you basically you have people to do everything for you. Then that kind of becomes also, you kind of get used to it, and then you also kind of get used to not paying full price for anything because you have a cousin or like you just have like all these connections. So I mean, that's just in general the services sector. And I guess also, again, I mean, like, coming from the Philippines, we're just creative. I mean, like, every Filipino is just born creative and talented. And to a certain extent, again, that becomes a challenge as well. And, like it really is, I like what Paulo put forward to call ourselves as creators, because that presupposes a certain discipline that comes in to the creative process. And I think, I mean, and it does behooves everyone to be responsible with a talent that you're given. And even with my experience in SciTem and the design sector, in the area of furniture, once there's one company or one exporter that ruins the reputation or like gives a black, I mean, it once they're unable to fulfill a promise to their buyers, then that affects the entire industry. And so the responsibility of every player in the creative industries is to really protect that reputation. No matter, I mean, like we keep saying, it takes years to build a reputation, but only seconds to ruin it. And then you have to start again from the very, from the very beginning, from square one. And that, I mean, and when we're trying to compete, when we're trying to make a name, parang it's self-defeating to take the shortcut. Because again, I mean, like, creative excellence, there's no shortcut. It's how many years of really just honing your craft, honing this eye, like just your whole being to be able to deliver on excellence. And again, I mean, I just feel like I'm repeating what Paulo said. I mean, there's really no shortcut to excellence. And, like what I keep telling also the people in Design Center, God or the devil, whichever you prefer, is in the details. And you really have to develop that eye for detail and your eye for excellence.
Well, it's the same thing for game artists. Now, again, on my level and what we do, um, think of it this way: in California or in other hotspots where they develop games, a senior artist, his regular salary is probably, since he's there, is probably anywhere from 9 to 12,000 US dollars. Now, imagine if we can match that skill, and we do day in and out, and we just, we're not going to drop the price all the way down. Maybe we'll drop it 20 or 30%, since we do have the pedigree. I have the pedigree, so I can hold my price. So do the simple math. Tell me there's no money in that. Tell me, show me those people who says there's no money in that, and I'll show you a whole new world. Pero yun lang, when you say creative, ito lang ang takot namin eh. When you say creative, you cannot forget your hard skills. Yeah, it's very, very important eh. Kaya 3DR is very, very technical. What we are offering in the CG Arts program is to support the technical skill. Because yung CG Arts program namin, I told you it is comprehensive. Ang nakita namin na kulang ng mga artists natin sometimes to level up is they can't argue because they don't know the terms. They can do the work. They can do the work, but they can't go on a boardroom and argue with the clients. Only I can do that. So it's so kawawa yung iba. But imagine all those other well-educated people in 3D. They're getting paid those rates. Diba? So that's what we're trying to build upon. We want to be on par with those rates, those salary rates. And the way games are going, that's very possible. Very possible.
That's good, Alvin, that they still have a job because.
Or don't worry, Jonathan. If somebody undervalues your work, contact me, diba? We'll get you. We'll try to get you higher rates.
I think it's developing. Sorry, Christy. I think it's also developing that creative confidence. I mean that's what Alvin touched on.
Yes.
It's developing that creative confidence to demand your price and to
And
be
hold
able
their ground, and
to
hold their
deliver on
ground.
your price, no?
Yeah, they have to know how to hold their ground. If you're good, it's good. Defend it with everything you have. Diba?
That's true. Yeah.
May I add?
Interrupt, sorry, Paula, we'll interrupt in a bit. Actually, we have a bonus round, so we have another panelist. I just wanted to segue a bit for 10 minutes, then we'll go back to our discussion. So for the creatives here, actually, we'll complete the entire circle. I'll just give the floor to Undersecretary, Chair of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. So it's like a film is like all moving parts of the creative economy. You have everything there. So I will give Yusek Liza Dino a couple of minutes to also give us a state of the nation in the Film Development Council. Good to see you there back, and then we'll get everyone on board and have this spirited discussion. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, thank you. Nako, grabe naman yung pressure, state of the nation. So, good evening, everyone. My name is they call me Chair Liza. I'm the head of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. Sige, let's present our slide to just give you an overview on what the FDCP is and what we do, and what have we done, in support of our goal to really champion and support the creative industry. So the Film Development Council of the Philippines is a national agency under the Office of the President, and we are responsible for creating programs to support the domestic production of films and audiovisual content, promote them locally and internationally, and create opportunities to activate other sectors within and around the industry. We're also in charge something that's very underexplored of creating policies for our sector. We work with different agencies who can help us create structural changes or introduce policies that would help create standards for our industry. We also have in our office the Philippine Film Export Services Office, which is in charge of creating incentives for foreign productions to shoot in the country and creating opportunities for different localities all over the Philippines to use film and filming and the domestic the production the film industry to create income for their respective localities. We are also in charge of the preservation of our cinematic heritage. We have with us, under us, one of our one of our really important programs, the Philippine Film Archive. And we have right now with us around 26,071 elements, and we're really working towards finding finding a permanent storage facility for our cinematic heritage. So, what is the vision of the FDCP in support to support further our industry? We envision a globally competitive film industry that contributes to the economic development of the country while championing our culture and heritage. So, ang dami nang nag-present kanina saying how it is important na integrated and inherent na sa economic track natin yung culture. So you just really have to boost the creativity and create a more defined economic track for to really boost our economy through the creative industry. Next, please. But yes. So while we are pushing this service in terms of developing not just the film culture in the country, but also capitalizing on making the film and audiovisual industry as valuable contributors to the economy. And in the last 3 years, the agency has been hard at work in creating programs and initiatives that would address the gaps, that would introduce new concepts and better ways of operations, putting in a whole of government approach by partnering with government agencies and international partners to thrive. What the pandemic highlighted is and agitated is the fact that our Philippine film industry is very, very fragmented and mostly made up of informal entities and workers. So dahil po dito, ang dami po nating mga bagay na hindi magawa as an industry kasi kanya-kanya po tayo ng ginagawa. We have this silo mentality where each sector has their own system, it has their own way of doing things. While other countries have a set film policy that's standardized, it's actually more of an international standard of doing things, and that's something that we need to introduce in order for us to really achieve structural development. And because of this, FDCP created some intervention programs to address these gaps. So one of which is the National Registry. The FDCP National Registry aims to organize a veritable database for all our film and audiovisual workers, audiovisual companies, organizations, film festivals, or events all over the country. And we are, and to open avenues for opportunities and activities that will promote the growth and the development of the local audiovisual industry. So dito po sa National Registry na ito, sabi nga kanina ni Miss Tina, I really quoted her, ganda sinabi niya, we can't protect what we don't know we have. So kung hindi po natin alam kung gaano kalaki yung industriya natin, hindi po natin kilala kung sino po yung mga workers na kailangan nating bigyan ng suporta, kailangan nating bigyan ng tulong, mahihirapan po talaga tayong mag-gauge and ma-estimate kung paano po tayo makakapagbigay ng direktang support and empowerment sa ating mga stakeholders. And this is what the FDCP tries to achieve through our FDCP National Registry. We also have our Safe Filming Program because isa pa sa mga plaguing problems ng industry is the lack of minimum standards in terms of the working conditions. So hindi lang po ito nakaka-apekto sa mga workers natin, not having a safe environment, not having a policy that would protect them and understand how they can, still pursue the job and the work that they want to do and create, pero hindi po nila alam kung ano yung mga karapatan nila. And this pandemic really highlighted that. That's why the Safe Filming Program is our program that creates a global resource website that outlines the principle of safe production and provide information about systems, resources, and forms, and all related documents about health and safety. We partnered with government agencies like the DOLE, supported also by the DTI and the DOH, so that we can institute and create minimum standards in terms of health and safety, so that we can support our productions as they reopen, but to make sure that our workers are protected. Next, please. Next slide, please. So, yun nga, sanabi po din kanina sa mga discussions at sa mga presentations, how do we develop, di ba? Sometimes kasi, especially when it comes to films, we're so used to doing things ng mabilisan. Nauso yung mga pito-pito, nauso yung mga, everything is rushed. You know, you make a film for 10 days, you do your post for 2 weeks, and then you come out, you release it in cinemas. This mentality creates, while we are so amazing when it comes to this, because even with this kind of setup, we are able to compete internationally. Our films are very, very well received. In terms of the commercial track and yung kine-create po nating economic track, hindi po talaga pumapasa ang ating mga outputs. So most often than not, we don't really pass the technical requirements, especially now that because of the intervention of digital platforms and because it's integrated in the whole revenue stream of filmmaking, it's really hard. We have to make sure that the quality control and the technical requirements are well observed by our creators. Hence, the FDCP introduced these programs. We have the Full Circle Lab. It is a international film lab that provides opportunity to for different projects to be mentored by international experts. So you're talking about developing your scripts, creating fleshing out characters, understanding financing, co-production. How do you work with other countries? How do you secure financing for your film? So because private equity tayo dito sa Pilipinas, where just one investor would invest on one film, talagang may max or may cap yung paggawa natin ng pelikula or yung funding natin for a film. But co-production allows for us to have higher funding, less risks for our production, for our investors. And this is what these conferences and these workshops are about. It's about understanding trends, understanding what's happening outside, understanding the landscape of our industry, and bringing in best practices and adapt them dito sa current setting natin. Next, please. Yes. So, of course, while we are introducing these new concepts, while we want everyone to say, okay, spend more time on your film, you know, you have to, you can afford to have a one whole year of developing your project. Ang hirap po nun sa mga producers po natin na mabilis ang ROI yung kanilang ine-expect para makagawa sila ulit ng pelikula. So in the last 4 years, the FDCP has been working closely with our lead agencies like the Department of Budget and Management, the Congress, ayan po si Kong Tof de Venecia, talagang lagi po namin kausap on introducing and bringing in providing incentives for our industry. So last year and this year we actually launched it. This is the Film Philippines Incentive Program. This program is a program under the Office of the FDCP that gives a 20% cash rebate to foreign productions working with line productions here in the country. We also, in order for us to also support the animation sector and the service sector of our film industry, we extended the support of this 20% cash rebate to our service sector, even in animation. And actually, just in our second cycle, Bionic Max, this is a project by Top Draw, was awarded a 20% cash rebate by the FDCP through our Film Philippines incentive. So sana with these incentives given by our government, we can bring more productions here in the country dahil tumataya na po ang gobyerno sa ating creativity. Ito naman pong Create PH Films. This is our domestic version of support for our film industry, which are creating films for domestic consumption. So while the Film Philippines incentive support the service sector, bringing in international productions, the ICOF pala, sorry, I have to mention that this is the program that supports IP creation. So the ICOF is the International Co-Production Fund, where two countries or two production companies from 2 different countries work together towards a co-production project. So this activates more creativity from both ends. Hindi lang po kayo nagbibigay ng service sa kanila, pero kasama po kayo sa creation nung output natin. So again, ito naman pong Create PH Films. This supports our Filipino filmmakers in the different stages of production. So meron po tayong script writing development. We are giving 100,000 pesos for our filmmakers who are na gumagawa po ng kanilang mga scripts. We're giving 200,000 pesos for our filmmakers or producers na seeking for in the project development stage, meaning they're looking for financing, they want to go to a film market, they want to participate internationally. They can use this money so that they can look for more funders for their projects. The production, and this is available not just for full feature films, this is available for animation. So Sir Miguel, hello. And other gaming, the gaming, available po yung ating flip dyan. So baka talagang timing din po na kaya ako po yung last na nag-present para makatulong po sa ating sector. Yung production budget naman, production fund naman po, we have two funds. We're giving a 1 million co-production fund. Medyo maliit pa lang po siya ngayon, but we want to activate this program so that we can get the ball rolling for small budget productions. And then we are giving around 3 to 5 million equity investment fund for our big budget productions na more than 15 million. A post-production then and film distribution, both at 300,000 pesos, are given to up to 5 film producers and distributors na nandun na sa stage na yon, post-production and film distribution stage. We have 2 cycles every year. So marami po tayong, and this is already a yearly institutionalized program of the FDCP, and hopefully masuportahan din po siya sa Congress in terms of providing more funding for this funding program. Next, please. In terms of distribution, and we've talked about Shopee, Lazada, Netflix, and all of these platforms. Yes, FDCP also supports distribution, both the domestic distribution of our content and international. Sa domestic po, ito pong bago namin, we have Cine Local. This is a partnership with SM Cinemas where we identify one cinema in one branch of SM. We have 8, and where we give opportunities for independent producers to showcase their films in commercial platforms. Cinematheque Centers is our exhibition venues all over the Philippines so that we can we can showcase more art house, hindi masyadong commercial na content, and especially for independent producers who cannot find spaces in commercial platforms. Our newest baby is the FDCP channel. The FDCP channel is a web and mobile app. It is a streaming platform available through iOS devices that answers the demands of our audiences today. Marami po sa mga producers po natin ang walang access sa Netflix, or yun nga po, because of technical requirements, they don't really get those deals. So the FDCP channel provides that platform for them to be able to monetize their content through working with us. So it's a platform that we provide. We take zero revenue, and we have schemes for our subscribers and our audiences to avail and subscribe to the channel. So this year we have the Pista ng Pelikulang Pilipino. We have 170 films on the platform. We have subscription plans from 99 pesos to 450 pesos for those who will be interested to subscribe and watch all the films that we'll be showcasing in the FDCP channel. Next, please. Next. Yes. Internationally, we participate in markets. The way for us to really promote Philippine cinema internationally is through film markets. We have Cannes, American Film Market, Berlin, Busan, and collectively, as one country, we set up Philippine pavilions in order for us to house and host our participating producers, going out there to sell their films, to look for licensing opportunities, look for other co-producers who will support their films. So marami na po kaming natulungan ng mga producers na nagkaroon ng deals with Netflix. Marami po kaming nabigyang mga opportunities ng mga producers na maghahanap ng mga co-producers para sa mga pelikulang ginagawa nila. And this also allowed for streaming platforms to look into our content and look beyond what is normally screened in festivals. Kasi in festivals, sometimes it's curated by specific particular programmers, and it just showcases one side of about the Philippines. So this allows for more diversity and for the distributors, international distributors, to really look into the content of the country. Next, please. Yes, so okay. So we also have these cultural diplomacy partnerships. We activate all the Philippine embassies all over the world to create a lineup and do their own Filipino film festivals and promote our Philippine cinema. Like what everybody has said, ito po yung mga policies na kailangan pa nating and the challenges of our industry: intellectual property rights, distribution policies, minimum standards on working conditions. Next, please. And ito po yung mga future na gagawin ng FDCP, a evidence-based approach of data gathering. So from a box office online system to creating evidence-based market research for the film industry, continuous partnership with public and private sectors. Next, please. And to institutionalize the policies that we've already introduced in partnership with these agencies. A proper framework for the intellectual property rights, institutionalization of the cinematheques to have a cinematheque culture here in the country for our alternative content. A better and a well-defined distribution policy in the exhibition sector, and of course the enactment of the Eddie Garcia bill into law. We believe that through these structural changes, mas matutulungan pa po natin yung industriya natin to really flourish and go further. So on that note, thank you so much for inviting me in this conference.
Thank you, Chair Liza. So this is very interesting, and I really hope, actually that's a good name of the bill. If it's an Eddie Garcia bill, I'm sure it will get popular support. So I'm asking everyone in the panel to go back. So this is our our appetitive panel. So we'll do a quick fire kasi mga katawang tao lang, we all need to take dinner, and our participants also need to take dinner. Okay, so I have one question for everyone, and being creative, so I'm going to challenge you to answer it in 5 sentences or less. So, okay. So, what is your policy wish list for the Philippines? So, anyone who wants to start? I'll call in the one with the best expression right now. Anyone? So, what's your policy wish list for the Philippines? Okay. Sir Miguel, may I call on you? For the brightest background. So, what's your policy wish list?
Policy wish list is really for government to give all-out support for the creative industries, animation in particular. It has a proven track record. We can do it, especially we have major rock stars who are willing to invest and teach us how to upskill.
Okay. Stinson, I see Jonathan volunteering for our next rapid fire question. So what's your policy wish list for the Software Development Association?
For me, preference for local suppliers. I think we have enough talent and we have enough firepower here from a software development and even software creative standpoint to actually stand on our own. Let's not be too dependent on foreign suppliers when it comes to technology. That's it.
Okay. So to wrap up the trifecta, so Alvin for game development, do you have what's your policy wish list? Since we have government people listening in.
For someone to finish a policy and implement it. Daming policies eh. We need work. We need work now. No more time to waste. We've been talking about this for 10 goddamn years. It's time to act. Okay. our only wish, as I said, this year is for targeted training. We are veering away from, we always ask for training support from the government, but usually the preference is for pangmaramihan pero mura. But then achieve a balance. If you want upskilling, if you want higher level, higher paying scale, it costs money. So that's why in our program right now, we didn't say it was free. If you really, really want this, you have to have put skin in the game. Something very, very proactive. Again, sabi ko from since 2012 pa ako with DTI, and uh, although I'm very, very, very thankful, but it's just we need action. We need hard steps right now. Ang gusto ko rin, continuity, a policy of continuity. When we sit down and have an agreement, okay, and that means an agreement. It's a plan that will take not 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. It should be years. We have to stick to it, no matter what administration is in place.
That's true. Okay. Sige, ano lang, I'll give you a free pass for the 5 minute for the 5 sentence but sige, so from game development, I'll go to Chair Lisa for about film. Any 5 policy wishes aside from, of course, we all support the Eddie Garcia bill. You have a wish list for the film industry. I think you're on mute, Chair.
First is institutionalize the Film Philippines incentive. Kasi right now, because it's only under FDCP, really limited yung budget namin. So if you're going to have a 1 billion Film Philippines incentive, you can really drive businesses in the different aspects of the creative sector. Second is distribution policy. Right now, the reason kung ba't hindi kumikita ang mga producers namin, kasi first day, last day, pagdating nila sa sinehan, hindi sila kumita, tanggal sila. Other countries at least have a 1 week clear distribution exhibition when it comes to their content. Third is a better and a clear framework on the intellectual property, intellectual property rights, and for it to be integrated in contracts, which I believe right now is already being explored by the IPOPHIL, but sana talaga contextualized, really sector specific to our industry. And fifth, it's Cinematheque in every region. We need to also activate our regional film communities because they have the diversity. They have the diversity of story. They have the talents there that's not really tapped. And if we activate the regions and create from film communities to their own respective industries, then we can really help elevate our cinema na hindi lang dito sa Manila.
Yeah, and I look forward to watching more Filipino films in the future.
Yes.
So from films, of course, another one I'd like to see is Miss Tina. I have any last word for policy, and yeah, we really need to protect landmarks or architectural wonders like St. Sebastian Church. So you have a policy wish list?
There are many policies. If I could recommend a policy, it's to withhold creating more policies and really do a thorough assessment of the framework, see where the gaps are, why things work, and comb the entire system to see what's going on. Really get all the facts, get the baseline data, because adding another policy might actually cause more harm if the infrastructure to support it is not there, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, it's pause, reassess with a thorough investigation.
Thank you. And then over to Director Reyes. How do we create more design artisans? What's your policy wish list?
Well, we're starting with the design mapping, and I think this also addresses again a better review of policies that are already in place, really understanding the ecosystem, how it works, the value chain, so that you can really identify the gaps, so that your policy, when you do policy, it's evidence-based policy. That's why the design mapping is very critical, because when you have that full picture of every player and every actor that is critical in the value chain and you know how each one interacts, then you're able to really identify what can make the industry grow, what are the critical areas that need attention, and then where you should invest not just in terms of money but invest in time in developing. And well, and another area that that I'm really I guess passionate about is really education. Design education is critical, and again, not just design on the aesthetic side, but it's really about design thinking, critical thinking, and it's not about doing it in tertiary education. It's really starting design thinking, critical thinking at the primary level. I think that
Yes,
would be the key.
that's true. So we all began as artists, but somehow we get all limited in the way. So we gave the first word to Paolo. We'll give you the last word. So what's your wish for the creative industry, a policy wish list?
So I have two short-term and long-term. The short-term one is really incentivize and create creative zones or districts where creative work is visible, it's concentrated, and you are able to do shared services and connectivity there that would then accelerate it, not only because people really have that upward spiral of competing and collaborating with each other, but investors will begin to see, that's where Philippine creativity is. So for me, creative is a really urgent, and I would call it short-term, high investment, but short-term priority. Long-term one, I can only agree with Rhea. It's creative education at all levels, where to take and match the, let's say, artistry, craft, and entrepreneurship in one, program, so that people really understand that creativity is a proper job, and creativity can be a sustainable source of living and also something that can uplift the country.
Thank you. So just for everyone to just stay on panel while I'll close, so I have a few remarks, and then we'll have a class photo after this, like the creative industry class photo. So to summarize today's panel session, which is very diverse and yet very intense. So we know that the various creative sectors described today are a testament to the value and the potential of the creative industries in the 21st century. In fact, it's important to highlight that Filipinos are now able to compete and become an invaluable contributor to the global creative sector. So imagine this, if we leverage from our experiences, service-oriented creative sector, we are now entering a new phase creating original content for the local and the global market. So needless to say, Philippines is in a very good position to develop the sector, provided we're able to leverage our very, very rich and creative talent pool, adapt to the changing landscape of the industry, and capture opportunities brought about by the rapid digitalization, subsequent adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies. So indeed, as with everything in the challenge of the 21st century, innovation will all play a vital role in the future of our creative industries. This goes from our industries reimagining the delivery of our products, services. Now it's all online, so it's trade and services. It's not just local, it will be international. And moving their content to digital platforms and integrating emerging technologies to operations. To the government developing a data-driven, as we all wish, this is a really big part of our wish list, to have a data-driven approach to policymaking and ensure that existing and future legislation, which we all hope and we all ask you for your policy wish list, will be responsive to the needs of the sector and is able to promote and support the sector's digitalization. So with that, I think we'll close our panel. And it's the creative industry is not just mere aesthetics. It's actually a growth driver. It's self-actualization. It creates value not just for our personal development and satisfaction, but it creates value, big economic value for the Philippines. So with that, thank you everyone. We'll just ask everyone to turn on their video for our class photo. So I think if Congressman Toff is still here, so I hope you heard all of the policy wish list, and everyone from DTI will take the photo. So who else is here? Okay, so we'll take the photo. There. Thank you for staying with us, Congressman Top. So I hope you heard all of the policy wish list, and for next session, we hope to have something to review. Okay, so everyone say creative. 3, 2, 1. Creative. Okay. So one for okay. Hang on. Last is Yusek feet? I just asking if Yusek feet.
Here.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Okay. So one more time, guys. So 3, 2, 1. Okay. I think we're good, and that's enough appetizer. So I think we'll head on to our we'll head on to nourishment, not just for our soul, but now for our body. So thank you, everyone. Good evening. For everyone watching, thank you for tuning in until 7 o'clock. So thank you, and back to you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Thank you to our very passionate roster of speakers and panelists, Mr. Mercado, Mr. Del Rosario, Mr. Ruban, Mr. Del Rosariaga, Miss Paterno, Edie Rhea, Miss Deliano, and Chair Liza, and of course our moderator, Attorney Alcantara. And that concludes our Inclusive Innovation Conference 2020. We thank all our speakers, moderators, panelists, and of course, all our viewers for participating. We look forward to seeing you once again during the IIC 2021, maybe virtually, but hopefully physically. May we request all attendees to kindly fill up the customer satisfaction form. Stay safe and strong, everyone.
This is the new website of the Competitiveness and Innovation Group. It's at innovate.dti.gov.ph. I hope you can all visit the website.